Nunu na bedaru hela rama, bada nunu na bedaru hela rama, wamari nunu bi bedaru hela rama. Ina ragi bada meni mudango ni negiri bangare rume na jadi buraru anda ibiji mari jahari jahaya nene anda igini rume ragi mudango ni da hari maru na amaro ni ibaru andaru hararu no rugu bari rugu bere baru ina amini niye. Moni wale de meringiri da ajaga gini rume ne davije ibure nani aga ajaga uru meru bada igini rume moni bene meringira jaga ajari manga bo ibiri agari wenda nani aba rume na yone yune na ajara agwai hajama mon babu ye bira madiri bira ro moni dede namu dede bira ro ina gamini ni bajari ri guri hari ma tuda ko dala ro la me yara ro hera me biri ma ajari manga ba ajaru ajai biya ina gaya gari ngabana nongoni ine na ina garu ajaga uru maru bara igene rume begi abi bidono mini samara biru mena ajaru iburaru ane rurana nabana aru male rede rede biraru ina garage mune bidiya hele na balari ma Jadi mga mahina
I now invite the Southern Highlands contingent, led by the elected leaders and leaders within the province, to lead your mourners to be received by our reception, comprising of Prime Minister Honorable James Marape, Chief Mourner, co-host of the National House Cry, and co-host Governor for NCD, Honorable Powers Pakop. Also joining them as well at the reception, the Honorable Governor for Hela, Honorable Philip Undialu. I now invite the Southern Highlands contingent. Whilst waiting the other important half of the contingent, our female mourners from Southern Highlands, I would like to ask the PNG Bible Church Hela Outreach Ministry, the PNG Bible Church Hela Outreach Ministry to perform a number whilst awaiting this important half of the Southern Highlands contingent. Just a reminder again, for the contingent from Southern Highlands, after being received by our co-hosts, you will be seated on my right, which is your left, behind the VIP section that's been reserved for invited dignitaries, former members of Parliament.
yake paruya andali Yesu yo nianae Yesu yo lari puluano kenda lari kama ibu ayare ni yake paruya andali Yesu yo nianae Ebeni reponare wasupanda risapulu Ebeni reponare wasupanda risapulu Na kunina pereponanda risapulu Walana bobena ya Beni repona wasipala risapulu Beni repona wasipala risapulu Na kundina perepona na risapulu Wana bobena ya
Thank you very much. Pinju Bible Church, Hela Outreach Ministry. I now call upon or invite the contingent from Southern Highlands, led by our mourners, our women mourners, followed by the elected leaders and distinguished representatives from Southern Highlands. I now invite you to be received by our co-hosts for the house cry. Acknowledging Our co-host for the National House Cry, the late Grand Chief, Right Honourable Sir Michael Thomas Somare, Chief Mourner and co-host, and Prime Minister Papua New Guinea, Honourable James Marape, co-host of the House Cry, and the Governor for the National Capital District, Honourable Powers Pakop. Also joining them in the reception and representing the family, the Grand Chief's sons, former member for Angoran and State Minister, Arthur Somare, and Sana Somare. Thank you very much. We now start this evening's program, the 8th day of mourning that we have staged at this National House Cry for the passing of the late Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE. I would like to now invite on stage to open this occasion with a word of prayer. I'd like to call up Reverend Mosby Tunge.
As the people of Hela and Southern Highlands, we join the nation in the time of mourning. I'm honored to represent the countless numbers of missionaries and pastors who have labored in the province of Hela and Southern Highlands. I'm honored to offer a prayer of thanksgiving for a great leader, the late Right Honorable Father and Chief of this nation, Sir Thomas Michael SOMARE. As I take this time, I would like to ask my team to sing a song, a national anthem, which sounded in 1975 to me was just a hymn, just a song. But as we matured and came into the reality of a nation of 45 years of independence, I see this song passed through the signatures and approval of the Grand Chief, Sir Michael SOMARE. And in this song, it describes the dream of a man who had a dream for a country of 1,000 tribes like Papua New Guinea, that we could celebrate our freedom of independence and self-governance as Papua New Guineans. Thank you.
storm, flood, and sleet, fighting and hatred, feel every end. That was my country, that was my land. Then came the change that brought peaceful days. He was our Savior, learning His ways. Darkness is fading out of our land. We know the peace of His guiding hand. One of the future, soon we shall be. Teachers and leaders of our country, we'll build our nation as God has planned. Make this His country, make this His land. Then shall our country be free and strong. Homes will be filled with laughter and song. Peace in our hearts and work for our hands. Unite our nation with other lands. Unite our nations with other lands.
Thank you. Some of us were there in 1975 to sing these songs, and we didn't know that here was a man who had a dream that our country would be united to be a nation standing among the nations of the world. Honorable Prime Minister James Marabe, the Governor of NCDC, Honorable Paus Paco, the Governor of Hela Province, Philip Mundale, the Governor of Southern Highlands, Mr. Powie, and the leaders of Southern Highlands and Hela. We can only, in this time of mourning, we can see the good things of what a man could do. And I wish to take, on behalf of the church, to offer a prayer of thanks. Three important things stick out in me as I see, and I also want to mention the former Prime Minister, Peter O'Neill. Please, my apologies for not mentioning many names and leaders of this, our province. I want to offer a prayer of thanks for political independence. Sometimes we take it for granted. In search of education, I went to Bulolo in 1977 after a year of independence, and Bulolo Township was a former mining town and houses the largest plywood factory in the southern hemisphere. In that little township, there was changes that were taking place after independence. There was a black movie theater and there was a white man's movie theater. There was a white man's school and there was a black man's school. There was a black township and there was a white township. In 1977, changes were taking place that the movie theaters were open for black and white to go in, and sports fields were open for black and white to mix. And as I recall, I saw Bulolo Township was an example of South Africa. Somebody was interested in the mine, somebody was interested in the gold, somebody was interested in the resources there when they had no interest of the people. In 1977, the first Watut man graduated from grade 10 while the rest of Morbi province are educated people. Sometimes we don't appreciate independence. I think the great Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare, I thank God for a man who had a dream for this country. He stand among the black African men in America under slavery. Martin Luther the King said that, I have a dream for my people, that one day America, the black man and the white man will sit together and they will become Americans. And he never lived to see that Obama became the president of a great country, America. But I thank God that our late Sir Michael Somare lived to see his dream, to see engineers, lawyers, accountants, Papua New Guinea pilots, Papua New Guineans taking ownership of a nation and taking forward. Thank God for late Sir Michael Somare. I also want to take this time to thank him for having a dream that Papua New Guinea will be a Christian nation. The song that we heard said, one day Papua New Guinea will be united under the power of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And he himself was there to see in 2007 to offer his prayer. He said, I quote bit of it that he said, as the founding father of this nation, I dedicate my people, the church leaders, political leaders of this country, my people, to the God of Israel, that he had a dream that Papua New Guinea will be a Christian nation. That's August 26. In the year 2011, the former Prime Minister, Peter O'Neill's time, he declared that August 26 will be a public holiday, and he set the stage for current Prime Minister to openly come out and say, I want to see Papua New Guinea a rich black Christian nation. And I am privileged this afternoon to celebrate with other Christians that he had a dream for this country to become a Christian nation. Thank God. I want to quote Proverbs 22, verse 1. He lived a role model for the leaders, current leaders, and the leaders to come for Hela province and Southern Highlands. Proverbs 22, verse 1 says, a good name is rather to be chosen than a great riches, and a loving favor rather than silver or gold. He lived and upheld his good name. Up until to his time, he was called home. For example, for the 8 million Papua New Guineans, he had a good name and a loving favor from his dear wife. He served a good name and a loving favor for his children, from his children. I think he maintained a good name and a loving favor for his tribe and people in the Civic, in the province of East Civic, as we mourn. And I believe he left behind a good name and a loving favor for the entire 8 million Papua New Guineans. As we mourn his death, I think we should take his life as a role model for the rest of Papua New Guineans and in the years to come. And I would like to take this moment to offer a prayer of thanks for a great leader that he has taken this country from the Stone Age to a time of the computer world today. I wish to ask us to rise and stand in honor of our late Grand Chief, Sir Michael Somare. Our God and Savior, we bow before you. We are a nation of 1,000 tribes, and we are a nation divided in different opinions and different provincial boundaries and regions. But we come together in this period and time of mourning. We thank you, Lord, that like any other nation, they celebrate their great leaders. We thank you for the Grand Chief, Sir Michael Somare, whom you have called to be home. And we thank you for his life, that he had a dream for the people of Papua New Guinea. Oh, we would be like South Africa. Somebody's interested in the oil, gold, and gas and would not be interested in the people. We would be like New Caledonia, who is still fighting for independence. There are other nations who took independence with bloodshed and killing and fighting. But we thank you that you have allowed our colony, Australia, to freely offer us political independence, that we can self-govern and govern our own nation. And today we thank you, Lord, in this time of mourning. We have the dream that has come true, that we have on Papua New Guineans who are pilots, who are doctors, who are engineers, who are lawyers, who are able to take this country forward. And I thank you for this great man. I thank you for his vision that Papua New Guinea will be a Christian country, and the sons that are coming up are not ashamed to call in the midst of the United Nations or any world gatherings. They will identify this country as a Christian nation, and we want to thank you for his life and his dream and his vision. I thank you for his example. He has laid behind an example as a very only, a respectable father and a husband and a leader with a good integrity. And as we lay him to rest, we believe that we are sowing seeds for this great country, that you will raise more men and women with visions like the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare. And we thank you, and we offer our prayer that you will take us through in this period of mourning. And we thank you for your goodness and your mercy. I offer this prayer in the only name, in the name of the only begotten Son, Jesus, we pray. Amen. Thank you, Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Reverend Mosby Tunge. The Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Member for Taripori, Chief Mourner and co-host to the official house cry, the Honourable James Marape, co-host, Governor for the National Capital District, the Honourable Pao Spakop, Governor for Hela, Honourable Philip Undialu, Governor for Southern Highlands, Honourable William Poi, Minister for Works and Member for Mendimunio, Honourable Michael Nali, Minister for Sports and Dehurst, Member for Kagoi Rave, Honourable Wesley Raminai, Minister for Intergovernment Relations and Member for Imbongo, Honourable Pila Niningi, former Prime Minister and Member for Yalibu Pangia, Honourable Peter O'Neill, CMG. The Honourable Member for Koroba Kopiago, Honourable Petrus Thomas, Member for Kumu Magrima, Honourable Manasseh Makiba, Member for Nipa Kutubu, Honourable Jeffrey Komal. Taking this time, pardon me, to also acknowledge the wife of Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Mrs. Marape. Acknowledging from representing the family this evening, former member for Angaram, son of the late Grand Chief, Arthur Somare. Acknowledging also, son of Grand Chief, son of Somare. Acknowledging Sir Yano Bello. Acknowledging as well John Capinato. Acknowledging from Hela, Larry Andagali, Damian Harbagali, Alfred Kayabe, leaders of Hela, leaders of Southern Highlands, mourners from Hela, mourners from Southern Highlands, to our audience watching the procession of events this evening, live streaming on different platforms, MTV Online, Loop PNG, PNG Sun, NBC TV. Also those tuning in on FM 100 on this live broadcast, NBC Radio. This marks the 8th day of the National Official House Cry for the late Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas Somare, GCL, GCMC, CH, CF, SSI, KSNJ, KSG, PC. We observe the tributes that have come in the last 11 days since his passing. For the tributes that do come, we also acknowledge and describe this man who was described most recently by the Prime Minister of Australia, Scott Morrison, as an extraordinary man of his generation. The flags fly at half-mast throughout Papua New Guinea, up on Independence Hill. And for today, as a gesture of respect, in Australia, the flags fly at half-mast in respect to this great man, whom we affectionately know as the father of Papua New Guinea. This evening, we will listen to tributes, see gifts being given in respect to this great man. These are the stories and legacies that will live on to tell our children and their children as well. With that being said, I now call up to the podium to give the opening remarks, co-host of the National House Cry for the late Grand Chief, NCD Governor, Honorable Pao Sparkle.
Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all our people from Hela and Southern Highlands Province congregating here at this National House Cry this evening. Good evening to all our people in the entire length and breadth of our country, listening in, watching in via live streaming on various platforms. Since the 1st of March, after the passing of Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas Somare, we have seen great display of culture, great display of unity, great display of respect and honor, great diversity, but at the same time, great unity. These are the characters that defines our country. These are the characters and values that set us apart from the rest of the world. Without these cultures, values, tradition, we will be nobody in this world. It has been a momentous historical time for all of us. Passing of Grand Chief, founding father of our country, There will be no other time like this. This is the only time for only one person. And the country has come together all around the country, but here in this hall, the country has also come together to pay the highest respect, salutation, accolades, and honor to the Grand Chief. This evening we have our people from Hela and Southern Highlands provinces. I am very confident that you all will equally, as we have seen in the last 8 days or 7 days, join and pay tribute and salutation deserving of this great man. On behalf of my co-host and the Chief Mona, Prime Minister Honorable James Marape, this evening joined by his wife, Madam Rachel Marape, I want to welcome our 2 delegates from the 2 provinces here to this evening to join our people, united together, paying respect, paying homage, salutation to this man who has defined our life, our country, our people. Being Prime Minister for 17 years, being in Parliament nearly 50 years, a feat exceptional. Just like his faith in all of us, that despite our diversity and different cultures, tribes, and traditions, we can be one nation. And we are still one nation. So let me, on behalf of my co-host, Chief Mona, welcome Governor Philip Ndialu from Hela, accompanied by our members of Parliament from Hela, Honorable Manasseh Makiba, Member for Komo-Magharibi, Vice Minister. Honorable Petrus Thomas, Member for Koroba Lake Kubiago. Joining the Prime Minister, who is Member for Taripori. From the Southern Highlands, I want to welcome Honorable William Powie, Governor. Member for Nipa Kutubu, Honorable Jeffrey Komal, welcome. Member for Yalibu Pangia, former Prime Minister, Honorable Peter O'Neill, welcome. Minister for Higher Education, Science and Sports, Member for Kagua Irave, Honorable Wesley Raminai, welcome. Member for Mendi, Minister for Works, Honorable Michael Nally, welcome. Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs, Member for Imbogu, Honorable Pilar Ningi, welcome. I equally welcome all the other important members of your community, dignitaries, senior public servants, business people, former members of Parliament, members of the Provincial Assembly who have managed to come from the two provinces to come for this National House Cry. I welcome each and every one of you. I want to also acknowledge this evening we are blessed with the presence of the 2 sons of Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, Arthur Somare and Sana Somare. Also, we have the privilege to and blessed equally with Governor Alan Baird from Mississippi, Governor Pius Ringti from Western Highlands, other members of Parliament who I may miss. Thank you each and every one of you for coming in this 8th day. Great values, great tradition and culture, These are the character of our nation that Grand Chief believed in. That despite our diversity, the many tribes and many languages, valleys and mountains and islands, we can defy the world. And he was ready to defy the world. He believed in all of us. And here we are, 45 years old. We are still here. He is gone, and we should give him the highest respect. So I thank each and every one of you for coming this evening to pay your respect. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you very much, co-host to the National House Cry, Governor for NCD, Honorable Paus Pakop. At this juncture, let me acknowledge Governor for East Civic Province, Honorable Alan Bird, Governor for Western Highlands, Honorable Pius Swinty, Robert Kapal, Acting Managing Director for Como Telecom Holdings, Jesse Wangoa. I now take this time to call up on stage representing the family of the late Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas Somare. I call up to the podium Mr. Arthur Somare, representing the family.
Honorable Prime Minister and his good wife, former Prime Ministers, Mr. Winty, Mr. O'Neill, host Governor of NCD, and for this House Krai, the Honorable Paus Pakop, Honorable Governors for Southern Highlands, William Powie, and Honorable Governor Philip Undialu, and all honorable members of both Southern Highlands and Hela provinces, all tribesmen, Blamibla. So Michael had quite a special relationship with them online Blamibla no Southern Highlands and Hela. Last Pigini Blam, em Kerabim, em Hela province. And Hela province, ino easy decision. Blodeslaman, usai misa kolimem tunga osen tumraman. Hela province was done through hard negotiations. It was pushed many years by all Papa Blamibla, lo Kerapim Desla province, where Mibla Babrukim, Southern Highlands na Kerapim Hela. Eventually it became because lo resource project Blamibla na emi ammasta sol lo gibim Hela, na emi ammasta sol lo gibim Juaga province. I think there was Mila starting talk blami, but we must talk law. Usait Sir Michael lost start. Time I'm been finished school blam, I'm been gawam bla title, all call him all white man been call him assistant native teacher. 396. Title all give mem. So in short, also give mem abbreviation, ANT 396. Now time Assistant Native Teacher 396, ila kalap lokar, plandi time bol document, inoga space blue lo front, you sindan lo backside. Time em lagola ela beach, iga sign ni stop. Sign ya itogo sem, no native, no dog, no Chinese. Nemol desla something where Papa no been like him. Because osem all plad big man lo narpla place he talk. And especially all big man in the United States, all men are born equal. So I'm starting journey blame. Lo lugluk, lo painim broad, lo liberate him Papua New Guinea. To liberate Papua New Guinea from oppression, suppression. Nem painim proman, lo narplol Papua New Guinea man meri. That's why I'm paining all proman too from the oppressor. Even got all white money stop, usaiti support him ting blame, na cause blame, the journey towards independence. Plandi blo yubla isenani stop lo ya, all papa blo yubla even only an wante mem. Ikarem desla dreaman lo independence. Lo time lo independence, ino bin got plandi, or line even got university degree, only a handful. Today, intellectual capacity blo Papua New Guinea, I pull up inside lo desla room, I big plamo. Inside lo desla country, I big plamo. Aspiration blo Papua New Guinea, blo Sir Michael lo Papua New Guinea is not only to be independent politically, but to be independent economically as well. To be the best in everything that we do. Lokarem flag bla mi bla igol ol nar plahab. Na mi bla isanap lo nar pla ol forum. So Michael ikisim ol clansmen bla mi bla. Lo Hiwa, Tuguba, Tugutabiria, Habano, JB Karai. Nem karamol golo New York. Em karamol golo Met Museum. Na time you karam online golo Met Museum, the Metropolitan Museum of New York. Na you make him one blah opening or launch him one blah project. That means you've made it. Economically, you've made it on the world stage. Nem kisim a handful of us. Sampla miluki misinani stab. It gives me great pride. Osem, only a handful of Hela men. Oligon side na sindan inside lo parliament lo full traditional regalia blo. Em Alfred Kayabe em sinan lo fran blo mi stab. German newspapers captured it everywhere. Suppose you know wear him necktie inside the parliament, bol salim you go out. But if you wear your traditional dress, now you turn up to parliament, you are most very welcome. Because Papua New Guinea and one country of 1,000 tribes, many more languages, Mipla stop, das all plan di blood Islam, Mipla lose him now. Mipla masolimol custom bla Mipla. Mipla masolimol tradition bla Mipla. And that's what Michael Somare aspired to. Miga bigla ammas lokam na sinan wande bigla brata bla milaya, wande governor bla milay sipik, wande Mary bla prime minister. Lo luksawe osem Southern Highlands na Hela, I honoring friendship na relationship. Only God want them somare. Mi pigini blame. Mi nona lucy ting ting lo one black commitment. Where somare been making one day you blah. Mi ba olim no olim tight. Papa ike go. Those are mi pigini blame mi stop. Big blah blah mi stop. One day desla mi pinisim talk la mi. Na toka say thank you true. Thank you true lo proman bli blah stop one day mi blah. Lo all get a time. Somare he. And we got big blah like lo all get a hap lo Papua New Guinea. One blah big blah up where him spend him plenty time blame. Lo make him walk at his late political history. Em lo Hela na Southern Highlands. One day desla mi to thank you again. Lo proman you blah been give mem. Lo time em been stop yet lo ground. Na time em lusim yupla na em pundan na igoran yupla honor em na kam lo deslakain Haus Krai osem. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you, former Prime Minister Winti. Thank you, Tupla Governor Blamipla lo Hela na Southern Highlands. Thank you, former Prime Minister Peter O'Neill. All get all honorable members lo Hela na Southern Highlands, and obviously the people of Hela na Southern Highlands. Lewa Blamipla all SOMARE stawandi bla. Thank you, Tro.
Representing the family of the late Grand Chief, San Arthur SOMARE, former member for Angram. Very quickly, before we start the Southern Highlands segment of this evening's program, I'd just very quickly like to acknowledge certain managing directors here in the vicinity of the Sejongais Indoor Complex. Managing Director for MRDC, Augustin Mano, also Managing Director for Kumul Petroleum Holdings Limited, Wapusonk. Acknowledging as well Work Secretary, David Ware. And also acknowledging those other significant dignitaries that I may not be able to identify at this point. Acknowledging your presence as well. I'd now like to call upon the moderator for the Southern Highlands segment to advance to the podium, Mr. Robert Kopol.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everyone who are there in Papua New Guinea watching this program. I stand here not only on behalf of Southern Highlands Province, but also for the Hela Province. The two provinces, that was one province but became another province because of our father and because of our icon, because of our trademark, because of our Mandela in Papua New Guinea, because of the best I know, because of this father that millions have lost tears, We say thank you to God for giving us the angel to give us that freedom that we will talk about for a long time, for a lifetime, for centuries to come, if the world does not come near, and if the world does not come to an end, as we can hear and read and feel. The world is no more a safe place to live. It is almost crumbling, and there is a lot of things that are out there. There is COVID-19 is killing some Papua New Guineans as we speak. But for this man, but for this father, for this very one, I don't think anybody even worried about COVID-19. We broke all the protocols already. That really shows that Papua New Guinea is ready to die. If there was a way to die to save a life, I think this country would have gone crazy already, all over. Our people in East Sepik and West Sepik, our people in Hela and Southern Highlands are still living there. Those are the very people who voted us, but I don't think most of them would have afforded an Air Niugini plane ticket to come and see where this parliament sits, where it faces, what the color looks like. But then no, there is a father. When there was a famine, when Somare brought the rice, one would say in my language, aha, wal Somare dango himni choloka, no levendaka, ayub kupanapka, no levendaka, That's one part of just one language, but we have several dialects in Hela and Southern Highlands. They have spoken that. If there was anything in between what happened in the past, which one of our living legacy, Yano Bello is going to bring out his part of the story. He's here, he's going to be the first speaker. I also have my story. We have our stories. This is the moment to respect him. This is the moment my Prime Minister and Chief Mona and host with the co-host, the Governor for NCDC, as we can also capture the life and leadership of these two men. They have been here most of the time, so they would be wondering in their hearts, if I lose my life in the city as the NCDC governor, if I lose my life as a Hela elder and as a Prime Minister of this country, would this be the treatment that I would get, or is there anything better? This is a night to share our secrets. This is a night also to define the future for specifically the East Sepik, West Sepik, the Hela and the Southern Highlands connection, where Yano Bello has a nice story. I'm sure those are the secrets that we know and that we have. I'm glad to see two former prime ministers here. Honorable Pius Wingti and Peter O'Neill. The time will come. You need to get to the hospital, or you need to get to the funeral place, or you need to get to where the action is, or you need to go to where the problems are. Sometimes that instinct, that crumbling, that murmuring, that intuitional struggle in life, when we cannot capture and captivate that through another different kingdom, like the supernatural world, we will be having a miserable life. I don't think we're going to get any further, but now I will bring out, I'd like to make sure that if you are watching somewhere else in Papua New Guinea, I would like to assure you that the people of Hela and Southern Highlands will not play any cheap, stingy politics here. We are here. We are men of our own caliber. We know how to play the game. You can meet us in the rugby area or in the economic field, or even in politics. When it comes to politics, we will be there. For now, we have demonstrated that we are here to respect our father. My 10 minutes is up. I will chip in a little bit of pieces that I've left out, but I would like to introduce to you some of the secrets that can no longer be a secret anymore. Our living legend, Yano Bello, where you hear the talking me story finish. This is a story of Ibn Court, now Papa. Where some line been like broke away. Now you come out and help him, Somare. Now we became that partners. In that partnership, some good story come inside. Please, Papa, you stop here. Me introduce you. Now you can come now give him some story below you. Lo make him this la good nice story that two picking blongen. Gori kisimoli come. Loli can harem. Time me walk body come here. You can come, Papa. Me also acknowledge him. You blogger and Alpla. So please stay with us. We'll make a good night. We will not bore you down. Yano Bello, please come. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Me like to thank you, Pastor Mlo. God bless you me. Badly talk or some yet planning, garden and yet routes. Or this country too, and Christian country, and me talk thank you on God. Long me come. Sanablayana at racing talk. Long one story me start one them ship, grand ship Thomas Michael Somare, and then Mitbra gives himself government independent. 1968 me we member from Kagwerabe. Me had me know at Sabelong English na. Me no sa read na right. Me lead along place. Now, all marking me come inside long Parliament, House of Assembly, long Port Moresby. Tommy, you got St. Lawrence, you got 7 members. 3 Ware, Mama Bangel, Se Matia Viui, Andrew Wabiria, even Echo, now Ron Nebel and Mombla White Man. Now, me make him 7, me member of Kagwerabe. Me price tower inside of Parliament. Now, plenty time, me price started the animal meeting from me brana. Me price down on the or white man. Me brought starting another party, United Party up. Now, Somarian starting Pangu Party up. So, this is time now. Me brought looking. Somari, I'm a good leader. You know, I want one Papunugini in Abron, son of Stron or Somari. Lo inside the Parliament, me looking, or me looking. Now, me talking more 6 member, me talk at me must move along, Somari. One them me go Sanapuna. Help me, now, son of one member, come up, self government independent of this country. La one time, it will say, Matavi, you done in Stabuna. Ship, grand ship come inside and I'm talk. Long beach from Mitula. Itula Yambraman to Mas. Itula Mazigam and buy me an abstrona. Tied on country mean and buy mix him independent self government. Now, say, Matavi, you talk. You go past, brother, me by Gambiana. You go past one them. Ship. Now, me go past one them. Now, 1973, Mitula established self government. Now, somebody marking me. Or some minutes of works and supply and housing. Now, stop seed minister time. Na time me, marking me, also me also assistant minister for works and housing and supply. Na me working go na long fight, long kisim self government finish. Na biyan me 75 me go independent. Ara somari marking me also me come up minister through long works and supply and housing. Na me have a good long aim. Now all the time me go give him some work, long office long na me have giving me good blah. Talk long, helping all people long Sarnadans and Hela, long road and bridges and school and all this was something them talk. And by you come up, you walk thrown one the me long sanab on this lap. Na me sanab one the mem. Na me sub minister. Na one blood time. Me ask him, ma'am, Prime Minister, me like him, time, Sarnadans, beyond long sample of Babunugina. One of something through by me, make him na, and by me give him diplomatic on Sarnadans road and bridges. Say, Prime Minister, Michael Somare talk, you go na, you go Kisimora Milong, Australia. Kalau kim defense secretary na kisi morami kam, na bayi butim lo Sarnadans, bayi butim lo West Speak, na bayi imi lukim disla amin bayi making development more. Now I am talk through. Now all the people of the Sarnadans, all the people kona, iga road stop, bridges stop. One me play use me idea na tintin blong. Somari da gadi more people of Sarnadans and Henka. Na mipra kism contract rami long Australia. Na biyan time mipra kisim mino sabe man mitok imbinisem tok mi gam long tin romi na misa long mi kim mipra. Time mipra kisim independent finish. Mipra kisim independent Ilia mipra throw black long Australia, mami bro Rasim, mami bro putin black bro mi bro. Papua New Guinea. Finish. Long Parliament House is stuff yeah. And mi bro walk him grand step. Long kissing independence. Mi bro walk him grand step. Nambian Prime Minister is asking me, Minister for Works, you are here from bring him. One blood design bro. Parliament come area. Na mixim triple design ko long cabinet plongan mixim triple design ko na now one bora longan me lagim longan em sanavia bora menauche mi bro determination elected kam to and sign him and me giving then Prime Minister me talk yes brother me lagim this fla na me kisim design now design yes stop Parliament House pro you stop. Not all work em giving me. Me sanap no em talk. Me no sanap me bra National Executive Council sit down. Now Minister of Finance say chuli sen. Em kisi mambra samchini kam. Em kari mambra samchini kam lo maki me nine bro guarantee of money bro yumilo Papua New Guinea me bra like sends him Australian dollar. Now says mar em chairman bro this la National Executive Council. Now me plan debate. Me plan debate igona. Chuli sen na larbala ortok. Or strong fight long. Toya. Now me fight strong igona me talk brother. Me like him China seri bro me long. Alens me bro sa use him China seri. Me like him China. By China I go fast me talk also. Me marking him now. Prime Minister Chief Prime Minister Michael Somare talk. I think Yano Bella talk straight talk. Loanim half million people from this country using Selikina. I think by me try and put in Kina faster. You know what I mean? Now me making plenty sample of work me walking. Inside the me height, me no side fraud, me no side talk out to clear straight of fabric too. God blow me and say, I want him walk me side making. mi walking this la or Pabu Sab and Burgim Soloware Gamandabna. Bris me walking Longania. Somari talk looking more line, but him is a Burgim. Big Solowara is high gam or time. Minister, you might look him this lamito. Now this Tatana Brisia or one wrote put in here. Now you can order 9 mile warrior or Greg on on this lap. Now this Brisia wrote and out stuff here. And Somari give him on Mina. La mission is mouse in the commission. Na me walk on them Somari straight, na Mr. Laki Somari. Now me talking all members from me, all a member of Sarnarans, me do me go inside and by me walk on them Somari, by me giving bloody development by Gamin Sarlong, Sarnarans. Me talk also, straight me Sanabna, road is start lagging, Negondalo Tari, Negondano. Arabian, a Gigori come close to now, and this is our grab, and me break our Sarnarasiga wrote. Blown Stronbro Somari, Prime Minister, Emilugro, or people of Rangana, people of the Sarnaris. Now me give me the army, and I am wrong. Australian army walking me this out for 6 years, wrote in the British in a school in all of this one. Or some plant is something already on Sarnaran, now like him, Somari more. Now we got more support more Somari. Somebody yambala man muy come to. Inside of Parliament was frightened me. I used to Somari no got Sabiman, no got accountant, no got lawyer, no got filetna. Emba you to break his way. Also I was in Somari, also I was inside of me brana. CBM talk. This is a Mary Sabian Bagarim accountant, this is a Mary Bagarim. Lawyer, this is a Maria Bagarim, a captain from Balusina. And Maria Stavia and Sibs talking, or somebody opposition in white man or armor line is in the Labiam, I talking more straight. Now, this is a Mina of Mugin planted too much, planted story too much. Misa good long Samari. Emina got him Miano Bello, Emisa got him Miano, easy, Emisa got him Miano, easy. Na pas mi gamlo this la moon 2020 mi gamlo in Bongu minister bro higher education filian inik harim gamlo in Bongu na mi stablo ga gona mi ron gona mi go in basement mi to when you come you make more ga walk bro mi to finish na this la you ga make one more mi to go zemna na ro la figini yambra meria bro Red Somaria, Yambra Maria, Mitura, or in Pass one them, Mitok, you got in Papa Gamron, Mitok. Papa, I sit down loud. Now I'm Gamron. In Bongolo, this is 2020. I'm Gamra Yaribuna, me all in passing them last. Now, Mr. Revelation, me are Remorson, see Pindana, me at Bam, ticket and Balus Promina, Mika. Thank you.
Thank you, Papa. Nice story. This is a living story. Plant one line belonging, he died. Say, look at him, body belonging good. Survived. Now, the right time, kiss him. This is a living story. Come, you can second one time. Trupla brother of family to have. Okay, maybe I got planned the good law program yet to come from the Hela province. Now we are running on time, so I'm very happy about that. Maybe by ask him next speaker. You mean by trying best law, make him mentor talk or some papa you make him. Now, but maybe by ask him John Capinato, chairman of PRK. One plus sports administrator me. John Capinato, you stop. You please free. You can come. Now make him some condolence below you.
Mr. Yano Bello, when I was a little boy, he was a fire brimstone in Southern Highlands, a very strong politician. Thank you, Robert. Good evening, everyone. Firstly, let me acknowledge the Right Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable James Marabe, and your good wife, Governor of Southern Highlands, Honourable William Powie, Governor of Hela Province, Honourable Philip Undialu, Minister for Higher Education and Sports, Member for Kagwe Arabe, Honourable Wesley Ramanai, Member for Yaliwi Pangia, former Prime Minister, Honourable Peter O'Neill, Governor of NCDC and host, Honourable Powers Pakop, Governor of East Sepik, Honourable Harlan Bird, Honourable Governor of Western Islands, Honourable Pius Wingti, all the Southern Highlands leaders and residents of Port Moresby, all the Hela leaders and the residents of Port Moresby, leaders and people of the Resource Project, ladies and gentlemen. To the family of late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Samare, we acknowledge Lady Veronica, Sana and family, Arthur and family, Michael Jr., Betha, Luciana. What a blessed family, and truly a privilege that you all have, in which God has blessed your husband and your father, had to become our first Prime Minister of this nation, Papua New Guinea. Sir Michael, as the founding father and the first Prime Minister, would be the same as the George Washington of the first President of the United States of America. And also Edmund Batten, the first Prime Minister of Australia. The titles of this sort of men leaves a landmark of history. This title and statues and legacy of the Sir Grand Chief Michael Thomas Samare will be engraved forever on many portraits, whether hanging on a wall or in a literature or in a museum of galleries. It's engraved and will always be there to remind us of a great man, the father of this nation. I stand this evening not only a leader of the Resource Project, but I stand this evening with a couple of hats that I wear. I wear a cap of many young people in this country who play sports. And I bring condolence message from the sports arena to the family of late Sir Michael Samare. Not only that, I also hold office of a Vice President of Oceania Football Confederation. I bring condolence from the President of Vanuatu, Matlock, to the family of late Sir Michael Thomas Samare. But very importantly, I stand this evening on behalf of my fellow leaders and the many thousands of people of the resource area of the Southern Highlands province and also Hela. Many cannot be here this evening in joining us, but I voiced out the silent echoes of groaning and sorrow this evening to you, the family of late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Samare, and the people of East Sepik, and all the close relatives for the passing away of your father and our founding father of this nation. Again, we, the resource people of our Southern Highland province, convey our big plana, trupla, bel, sorry, and deepest condolence to the entire family of the passing away of the Grand Chief. There are many things or many ways we can express to the passing away of Grand Chief. One thing that I will always cherish, or we will cherish and remember from him, is one word that I saw or I see in television and reading in newspaper. It's all about unity. He talks about unity. He has emphasized time and time again at his maturity stage of his leadership that all leaders at every level of life must always unite. If we unite, we see progress. If we don't unite, we don't see progress. And that unity comes from every level of walks of life, whether it's in the political arena, or whether it's in the organization, or whether it's an association of landowners. We must unite. This evening, we all share the same sentiments that was demonstrated here by our many brothers and sisters from other provinces and our country for the last 7 days, and will end on Thursday, truly exemplify the hearts of many, many young and old people of this country. Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marape, your government and our government, we say thank you in honoring this great person, our founding father of this nation, for these 2 weeks of Haus Krai. Showed a very big respect to this person. Arthur, I take this time on behalf of the resource owners to reflect back in our early days on some of the hardest negotiations and achievements we accomplished under the Prime Ministership of late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. There are 2 things. Firstly, being the successful signing of the first CDOA by MRDC, the group of landowner companies, the project landowners, and the state during the reign of our Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, as the Prime Minister. Not only the signing of the CDOA was appreciated by all parties concerned, but the most rewarding and beneficial and memorable gift from the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare to the resource owners was the additional 2.2% from the original 2% to give the landowners 4.22% shares in the LNG project, which is unbelievable and rewarding to us. And we salute this great man and say thank you to late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare for this decision of being favorable to us, the resource owners. The signing of this added life for all of us in the project, especially in the oil project. He added life for us, resource owners. We should be very, very thankful for what the Grand Chief has done. With this favorable benefit from the government of late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare and his team, my fellow Southern Highland Province project resource owners were the first to sign the UBSA gas agreement in Kokopo terms. Many things I can go forward, but to make it short, we ended up signing the LBSA agreement in Kaipu village in Kutubu, Southern Highlands. We see it as a teamwork and a true landmark under our founding father, late Grand Sir Chief Michael Thomas Somare, and many others that would be mentioned this evening. But we still remember to say thank you to past leaders, such as late Anderson Agiru, who worked tirelessly with other worthy leaders under the Prime Ministership of late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. We did it for PNG. In saying this, I, as the Chairman of Petroleum Resources Kutubu and the Managing Director of MRDC, Mr. Augustine Mano, and my fellow directors, Governor Southern Highlands Province, Honorable William Powie, Governor Gulf, Honorable Chris Iveta, my fellow directors, Mark Sakai, Abram Murape, John Yawari, and Secretary of DPE and Director David Manau, we unanimously approved in our contribution of 1 million kina towards the assistance of funeral and traveling services for late Sir Michael Thomas Somare. We also gave an assistance of a legacy project that we want to see in his village in Isipik. Lady Veronica, Sana, Arthur, Michael, Bertha, and Luciana, this is a token and gesture truly from our heart's appreciation for what this great Grand Chief Michael Thomas Somare has done for us, the resource owners, and the people of Southern Highlands Province, and I'm sure the Hela would say the same thing. Before I close, I would like to leave these great quotes from our leaders this week that reflects the life and services of the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare. And I was very inspired, and I'm sure I will inspire you tonight. Our nation honors the great leader, the founding and the longest serving Prime Minister of our country. Mr. Somare is unmatched by anyone of us who comes after him. He is universally loved in our country. May his memory bind our nation still. Long live his memory. Honorable Prime Minister James Marape. Sir Michael was the face of unity in the land divided by 1,200 tribes conversing in 800 plus different languages. He showed strength in a time when doubt sapped our marrow, and he was the focus when obscurity threatened. He fought colonialism outside and ignorance within. He won. Honorable Belden Nama, the opposition leader. His lasting legacy was his ability to lead a nation of 1,000 tribes and unify them under a common goal, and that was freedom. Freedom to be masters of own destiny, and the freedom to be diversified, yet unified as one nation under God. President Ismail Toroma, Autonomous Bougainville. There are few people in the history of the world who have honor of being called the father of their nation. He said, these are men who unified hearts and brought about change through peaceful means and the power of dialogue to create nations of democracy and reason. Deputy Prime Minister Sam Masin. A beautiful soul, people's true servant, a patriot, full of love and faith. The Hela people are on standby and ready to bid a heroic farewell to our father, our teacher, our broadcaster, our pioneer Prime Minister, and one who gave Hela people our own identity, Hela Province. Governor of Hela Province, Honorable Philip Undialu. As we mourn his passing, we must celebrate his achievements. As a teacher, he has taught us fully by his own life of service to his country. He has left us a difficult act to follow. He was a man of exceptional wisdom and vision. Clearly, God chosen and placed in the right place at the right time to perform a specific role. That job was to unify Papua New Guinea and lead it into independence. And to his everlasting credit, he did a sterling job of it. Governor of Western Highland Province, Honorable Pius Winty. The immediate tributes I close, a true family man, a leader of people, a man of people. I like this one, a father to all. Thank you.
Thank you, John Capinato. At least you need to know the SOMARE, late SOMARE, Capinato, few of us who were humble teachers, but God took us from the classroom to where we are and to where we've gone, and we'd like to pay a special tribute to our loving father. I am slicing out one program just to save time, and that is very important. Just before the former Prime Minister and the member for Yelebu Pangia comes in, the people of Southern Highlands would like to thank our entry point, the Imbongo electorate that has welcomed our great-grand chief, together with Milo Timini and the team. I know we will just spare 2 minutes. If you can please put that video on for us, because he has come to farewell us when he was alive, the best part of his life. Thank you.
People must stay long. 44 years of independence. Something we like to learn and we kiss him. We like to program by the manner. Give it hooray! Give it hooray! Give it hooray! Thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming. Dear Mamas, Mamas, thank you. Lord, people of Ibogu, people of Southern Highlands, people of Papua New Guinea. Thank you, the body for seeing you here, and it's a good presentation to your house. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. I'm trying my best to just tie in the broken pieces for what our father has just told us a while ago, Yano Bello. I also have a small part in the way that when I was elected in, a political party wanted to take away the leadership and wanted to give it to People's Progress Party, which I was a party to and a member of. I did say no, we will give it back to NA. Another broken piece. Thank you, Alan Bed. You held on to our brother. We made it, and we will still be the best, and God will be there for us, and the Father, that Father with the spirit of late Matiabe and late Anderson, our late grandfathers, will be there to guide and protect us. Now I would like to please call upon our former Prime Minister and the member for Yelebu Pangia, Peter O'Neill.
Good evening, everyone. Chief Mona, Prime Minister James Marape, his lovely wife, Rachel, former Prime Minister, the Honorable Pius Winty, the family of late St. Michael Thomas Somare, Arthur and Sana, the Governor for East Sepik, the Honorable Alan Bird, Governor Bloyumi, the Southern Islands, the Honorable William Powie, and the Governor for Hela Province, the Honorable Philip Undialu, all the Ministers of State, all the Members of Parliament, and all the leaders, and of course our people, the people of Southern Islands and Hela Provinces who are here with us today on this very occasion. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come here and express our sympathies and send our condolences to the family of late St. Michael Thomas Somare. He is a founding father of our country, led us from self-government to independence, served our country with distinction, and he served his country for a lifelong period of over 50 years, either in his capacity as a civil servant or as a leader of our country, for which, as a nation, we must be express our gratitude to the family of late St. Michael for sharing this unique, extraordinary man with our country. He has served with distinction, took us out of colonialism, unlike many parts around the world, where the achievement of self-government and independence was done through bloodshed and loss of many, many lives. Here, Papua New Guinea was led by a unique man, very strong belief in Christianity, very strong belief in the customs and cultures of our country, who was able to lead us peacefully in attaining independence. For that, we must be grateful. Today, we remain a strong, united country because of efforts put forward by St. Michael and our founding fathers. Today, we remain a Christian country because of the hard work they've put in to ensuring that we continue to maintain Christian principles in our country. And today we remain a very democratic country, very proudly independent country among the nations of the world. We have a constitution that is enviable by many countries around the world because it protects our culture, it protects our diversity, and certainly our identity and human rights. Those are the foundations that builds a nation. And again, we must be grateful to our leaders, and in particular, Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Leading a country for 17 years as Prime Minister, many occasions as Leader of Opposition, Minister of State, Governor of Province, regional member, he had served his country with distinction. That we must give him credit for. We must give him credit for. We must say thank you to Lady Veronica, who stood by him in all those years. Political life is a challenging life. But for a lady to stand by her husband, during those trying times especially, is a credit to her and the strength of the family she leads. For that, we give credit to her. Politics has its ups and downs. We have shared our triumphs and we have shared our defeats. But Sir Michael had a unique capacity to forgive, capacity of humbleness, which put him above everyone else. For 49 years, he continued to practice that, largely because for the love of his country. That is why he was able to rise above challenges. Many of us who are in politics today, we have served in this cabinet, we have served in this government in various capacities, but a unique style of leadership, the Melanesian way of leadership that he provided, guiding many of the young leaders who came after him to achieve some of the things that we have been able to achieve, is again a credit to him. I know we've had our own differences, and if I had caused some grief and pain to the Somare family or himself, we apologize for it. We say sorry. Politics is not easy. We are all dictated by numbers on the floor. That's what we have practiced as a country for the last 45, 46 years, and it will continue to do so. But before I conclude, let me say this. Whilst expressing our heartfelt condolences to the family, and especially the people of East Sepik, that thank you for giving this unique man to our nation. Thank you for giving this unique man to our nation. He was the right man at the right place at the right time of the history of our country. At the history of our country. It is therefore only fitting, as we call him as our founding father, it's only fitting that we give him recognition that he truly deserves. And that is that, like many other places in the history of countries around the world, the founding fathers have a unique place in the history of the country. Unique place, and Somare fits that unique place that he deserves in the history of our country. I hope our government and our leaders agree with me that his birthday should be recognized as a national day for our country. His birthday must be. If we can have similar recognitions for other leaders around the world who were founding fathers of their nation, I think Sir Michael truly deserves that. He is uniquely placed in the history of our country. He deserves all the credits that we have given him, and he will continue to receive. And we hope that he rests in peace, and we pray and extend our sympathies to the family of late Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member for Yelebu Pangia. We have our last speaker, and there's the heaps of excitement and also the joys and the sorrows that are waiting for us just after our last and keynote speaker. I would now invite our Honorable Governor for the people of Southern Highlands, Mr. William Powie. Just while he is walking up, I will wind off with a special piece that you will love to hear. Something he has done affecting the world, and I was a part of that plan. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Prime Minister, Honorable James Marabe, former Prime Minister and Governor for Western Highlands, Honorable Pius Wingti, former Prime Minister Peter O'Neill, a member for Yelebu Pangia, host Governor, Honorable Powers Pakop, my colleague, Governor for Hela, Philip Undialu, very importantly recognized Governor for Isipik, Alan Bed, and my brothers, Arthur, Sana, the members of Parliament from Southern Highlands, from Hela, and former members of Parliament and colleagues of the late Grand Chief, say Michael Somare, our people from Hela, Southern Highlands, good night through. First time through, I thank former Prime Minister Peter O'Neill for apologizing to our people of Papua New Guinea and also to the people of, especially the Isipik, the family of Grand Chief. I also stand for and on behalf of the people of Southern Highlands, the wider people of Southern Highlands who are, some who are seated here, others who are outside, and in the 5 electorates of Southern Highlands to join Peter O'Neill to convey to the families of Grand Chief, to the people of Isipik, to the people of Papua New Guinea, if my people of Southern Highlands in one way or the other have aggrieved, offended, or come in confrontation or obstruction disturbance to the Grand Chief, I think it is proper at this juncture, as the Governor of the province, to humble myself and apologize. Thank you. I also wish to acknowledge the condolence from Minister for Intergovernmental Relations, Pila Ninigi, who is not able to join us because he's under lockdown. Also, the Minister for Works, Honorable Michael Nally, who has asked me to convey to the family apologies and condolence for and on behalf of the people of Mendimunhiu and Imbongu, to join together with the Southern Highlands and the people of Hela who are here to also convey the condolence to the family. For and on behalf of the people of Southern Highlands, the Southern Highlands Provincial Government, and the families that we have here in NCD, we want to join the people of Papua New Guinea in conveying our sympathy, condolence to the family of late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, the people of Isipik, and also at this time to join the people of Papua New Guinea in mourning the passing of our father and the fathers of generation of Papua New Guineans to come in the future. Let me state here in no uncertain terms that St. Michael Thomas Somare is an institution. He is not just an ordinary man. He has been ordained by God for a special purpose. Let me state this very clear to give some indications of who really is St. Michael. For Papua New Guineans, he is not just a great man in Papua New Guinea. He stands among the greats of world leader to attain a father of a nation. Father of a nation is just not an ordinary title. In Papua New Guinea, we take for granted democracy and freedom. If you look at St. Michael with the inexposure about government system and inabilities, these great men, unlike us, we are given exposure to seeing government, service delivery, institutions of government. St. Michael Thomas Somare did not have that exposure, but you think it's just by fluke? He was ordained by God for a destiny. There is a greater will in serving others as you would want others to do for you. He is special in the world. He is the father of democracy and freedom in this country. Let me just quote some of the great statements about what it means for liberation, freedom, democracy. In Papua New Guinea, yes, he is the great man. He set the course. He's delivered us from bondage. He's brought about independence. But let's see him in the world context. And I bring to you some of these great stories about great leaders of the world, whom, in my view, or say, the Grand Chief St. Michael Somare, his achievements, his progress in life, and some of the things that he has done, in my view, is unmatchable, immeasurable. It's very difficult for people like myself to fit into. But having said that, let me see how we not only see the Grand Chief St. Michael within the context of PNG, but in the light of great world leaders. Like President Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States of America, who is regarded as one of America's greatest heroes due to his role as savior of the Union and emancipator of enslaved people. His rise from humble beginning to achieving the highest office in the land is remarkable history. Lincoln was assassinated at a time when his country needed him to complete great tasks of unifying the nation. His eloquent support of democracy and insistence that the Union was worth saving embody ideals of self-government that all nations strive to achieve. Lincoln's distinctively human personality and incredible impact on the nation have endured him with an enduring legacy. Let me bring you away from the United States of America back to South Africa's Nelson Mandela's experience. Mandela's statement as freedom fighter from oppression and inequality of mankind, and I quote, I have chosen this course, which is more difficult and which entails more risk and hardship than sitting in jail. I have had to separate myself from my dear wife and children and from my mother and sister to live as an outlaw in my own land. I have to close my business, to abandon my profession as a lawyer and live in poverty as many of my people are doing. Mandela said, during my lifetime, I have dedicated myself to the struggle of South African people. I have fought against white domination and oppression of my people. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I have hope to live and achieve, but if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die. And of course, you look across the world, from India's Mahatma Gandhi, from the United Kingdom, Margaret Thatcher, and others who have lived great lives. Let me tell you at this time, it's fitting to note, there is no doubt in my mind that our father, the Grand Chief, has been ordained by God for service to his people. Of more than 1,000 tribes, 800 different languages, and of course the diversities that we have in this country. The call of leadership is a special gift of God to save others. Grand Chief Sir Thomas Somare has given his entire life to service until his passing. Sir Michael has gone in the side of the body. Sir Michael's legacies and footsteps, Sir Michael's spirit in PNG will live longer. He is the father of the Constitution of this country. He is the father of democracy and freedom of this country. Sir Michael crafted the institutions that hold the breadth and length of this country, all the government departments, agencies. These are memories of the Grand Chief Sir Michael. Those things will live longer. He is the father of national unity among all diversities. This is one of the challenges in this country. I stay close to the Prime Minister. Nation's interests must stand up against parochial coalition interests. I see the Prime Minister having some difficulties. The nation's interest must echo loud and strong and clear. This is a greater challenge. Sir Michael lived for that. Unity in diversity. It's not as easy as what we say. It's a specially ordained task, and he's delivered at a time with his inadequacies, with his lack of exposure, and all the other things that he has endured. I also see this as a big challenge going forward. I see this country's leaders must look at the national vision, not ministers becoming experts in 89 districts, leaving no room for national calling and nation calling. We must allow the future of this country must be crafted on leaders who are committed for a vision and for what Somare has stood for, and the greater PNG than becoming ministers with title of ministers and becoming DDA chairmen and disintegrating and fragmentizing the service delivery of this country. We are already fragmented. We should not disintegrate service delivery of this country. This is a very serious challenge facing us as country. I also concur with the Right Honorable Pius Winty. We must look at the way we govern and elect prime ministers. Prime ministers must remain impartial, not dictate by coalition interests. Because coalition interests are not nation's interests, in my view. Some of these challenges that the Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare stood for. He is the father of decentralization, empowerment of our provinces in the different diversities we have. He is the father of the constitution that governs the way we operate and do business of this country and the rule of law. And of course, the list goes on. We must also at this time remember to protect the borders of Papua New Guinea. Our borders in the night are not protected. We have a serious issue. Like some of the issues that and development challenges that the Grand Chief has aspired and has wished. Although he's gone, his memory and legacies will continue. He is the father of the nation. It's not just a simple title that you can say, a father of a nation, but it's a heavenly ordained title he has gained and worked towards. So to the family, we say, sorry, we grieve with you, the people of Southern Highlands, with the family. We've had good relationships with the people of Hela and Southern Highlands, and Ata, you are living witness. Convey to our mother that for the Grand Chief to deliver to the country, you can see that you have played a significant role in transformation and governing. And we are children of the Grand Chief. You are our brother. Tell Mother Veronica, you are our mother. If our thank you is not enough, God will certainly reward you a place for bringing us this far. And for and on behalf of the people of Southern Highlands, to the family and to the people of East Peak, I say thank you for giving us the Highlands Highway. I say thank you on behalf of the people of Southern Highlands for empowering my leaders like Yanom Bello. He's told a story of a great friendship that he had with our father, the Grand Chief. Thank you for friendship. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the service. Thank you for the missionaries, the school. Thank you for all that he has done for the people of Southern Highlands. We also say thank you for the PNG LNG project, John Kapi. And we also say thank you. I think the Hela governor will come and say, but we come out from one of PNG's most difficult provinces. But nonetheless, he had a great bond and relationship and love for the people of Hela and Southern Highlands, which Ata you know. And you're a living witness. Thank you that we will continue to foster that and move on. And I will be committed to ensure that we reconnect as family and as people and as brothers. For the continuity of the work of Grand Chief, which is unmatchable. I cannot even fit his shoes, but for us to cherish this and go forward, and in appreciation for our relationship, for the LNG project, for the Hela province, for being very special to the people of Hela and Southern Highlands. Of course, the Hela governor will come and speak on his side, but for the Southern Highlands provincial government, I pledge here to commit 500,000 from the Southern Highlands provincial government every year for 5 years. I will work with the governor and the family, governor for East Peak, specifically to promote some of these ideals that the Grand Chief had. You know, if we establish charity or foundation to allow the continuity of the good work of Grand Chief, I want to partner with this. And also, I've heard from the Prime Minister, before Grand Chief passed, he called him at his hospital bed and he was talking about his villages was being washed away by water or some, disaster. This from the provincial government, Southern Highlands provincial government, for 5 years would be 2.5 million, as small as it is. But I want to redirect the desire of the Grand Chief and try and assist our people from his village. And because he has confided with the Prime Minister and had raised this concern about his village being destroyed, I want to make a personal pledge on behalf of the provincial government to commit 500,000 every year in consultation with the ECB provincial government, my brother Alan Bird, Governor Alan Bird, and of course in consultation with the family so that we try and deal with some of the relatives of Grand Chief in the course of the wider saving PNG he probably may have overlooked. Just like most of the leaders, we do that. We try to overlook our very own and look at others. So on this note, I will join the chairman of the Kutubu Petroleum Resources, plus the Hela provincial government after he comes to make his own pledge. I'll be making this 500,000 to support our people from the Grand Chief's village, and of course in consultation with the ECB provincial government. Behind lo display, I'm by joining Hela leaders. Combine na mipla by working samlo pasin customer you sabe mipla stablo house krai mipla nun sabe kam tok tasol nango. We said agree with you. You got samlo presents gifts mipla by giving, but I will stop here. But to everyone who are here, Southern Highlanders and the Helas who are here, I'm very thankful. To our leaders who have put away our differences, talk straight, na stand up straight, apologize where it is due. Now, you may come bung all time. That's a greater good. I'm very happy. And to the children, to Mother Veronica, and to the ECB provincial government, thank you through. We are in grief, we are in mourning, and we are in together. So, me by still accompanying Prime Minister now and on behalf of the Southern provincial government, by me still come we work too. But I'll stop here. Thank you very much. And good night, lo Yumi Olgara. I'll come back for the gifts, but let me take a break and then wait for the Hela leaders to speak their piece. Thank you.
We are within time. Thank you, Governor, for Southern Highlands. I did promise that I had something special, and I'd like to deliver something special and also convey the condolences on behalf of the people of Southern Highlands and our leaders to Arthur and Sana to bring back home, also with our good Governor Alan Bird, to Veronica and the family, that the people of Southern Highlands and Hela do send in their love and condolences in this time of sorrow. What the Grand Chief did, he initiated and he did something very technical, also scientific, something that was difficult. He took me to a trip to the USA with Valentine Kambori. We had to discuss this. He is the one, he was the one. He just did not do what we've just talked about and what we will forever talk about for what he has done for PNG. He has seen that the sky was the limit. He's the man who came up with the idea of the coalition of rainforest nations. That's what we did. It's a long story. So behind Papua New Guinea, ting by short, emi no lugluglo island Papua New Guinea, emi bung im sampla all this la rainforest nations, na this la idea ikamad lo mipla, na mi go want mem, na now you can benefit, na me like talk sawe lo government na prime minister, this like climate change, this like global warming. Something that money by you by kisim lo air natinia. First project, government to go right lo give him lo civic pastem. Na lo second mipla lo Southern Highlands na Hela is a racist. Na this la project, lucky only put him in moderator so. We got triple or not lo great governors with me. NCDC governor, thank you on behalf of the people of Southern Highlands and also Hela for doing a wonderful job. as the co-host. And thank you, Prime Minister. Now, thank you, Lord Alan Bird. Thank you, Lord Hela Governor. Thank you, Lord, my own governor, William Powie. Just kiss him this half story tasol. Me harem sample story finish. This lo work moderator. Me no work him lo here tasol. Thank you, Lord. You plus sample me work lo Salem text. Me na call him name, but you plus come na you me boom. Story lo government na me look him. Sample discussion is stop. All look lo tourism. Lo tublo province want them civic to stop. This la project lo bayim ba kisim money lo antapia. This la broken pieces. This is the love story, the history. That is not fragmented anymore, but that is still a living history that you can take back that we must do something, and what else can we do? What is the way forward? Discussion lo Hela milukim I took part to. Lo Southern Highlands to milukim. Give him economic independence. Lo yumi lo spirit belonging now. Before you mix him administrative and just political independence, that's all. Challenge, Lord Pigini Hela, want them Southern Highlands, you look him, me plus and up to get to the next level after this, with the war cry, with the cry of excitement that we will take on the next fight. And that is the fight for economic independence. Thank you, Lord Harem, na me love him, brother, na sister, Lo Hela. Please, moderator, you can come. I just took a few minutes because me Pigini Hela to show me, no one belada, you can come. Thank you.
Sincerest thanks to the moderator for Southern Highlands, Robert Kapol. At this juncture, prior to me calling up the moderator for Hela, I'd like to call up on stage our choir from the PNG Bible Church Hela Outreach Ministry. As they make their way up once again, I'd like to advise our mourners this evening, both within the Sir John Guy's Indoor Complex and those watching outside on our big screens and projectors. At all times, please ensure you are wearing your face mask and maintaining social distancing as per COVID-19 protocols that we've been practicing since 2020. Moving up.
What a day that will be when my Jesus I shall see. When I look upon his face, the one who saved me by his grace. When he takes me by the hand and leads me to the promised land. What a day, glorious day that will be. What a day that will be when my Jesus I shall see. When I look upon his face, the one who saved me by his grace. When he takes me by the hand and leads me to the promised land. What a day, glorious day that will be. What a day, glorious day that will be.
Thank you very much, Pinju Bible Church, Hela Outreach Ministry. I now take this time to commence the Hela province segment for this evening, and to officiate this part of the program, I'd like to call up the moderator, Mr. Andy Hetra, to take the podium.
The Chief Mourner, Prime Minister James Marabe, co-host, Governor Pakop, Governor Allen Bird, Governor Undielu, representing the Hela province, Governor Powie, representing the Southern Highlands province, former Prime Minister and Governor for Western Highlands, Pius 20, former Prime Minister Peter O'Neill, Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Today, Hela mourns, joining Papua New Guinea from far and wide and around the world, from the towering Doma peaks in the Hela wonderland, the Mount Gigira, Mount Sisa in the far western far flanks bordering the western province, to Mount Bosavi and the Beaver Falls bordering the Southern Highlands province, to Mount Ambua, Mount Kare,
separating the Hela Opena brothers in Enga province, to the mighty Strickland Gorges, which is a stone throw away to our brothers and sisters on the other side in the Telefomin in the West Sepik province. The Mula Ranges, which divides the Sepik River, which is the headwaters of the mighty Sepik. We know our brothers on the other side of Amunti and Angaram. We think of you at this time. Today, the nation of Hela is here to mourn this great man. A nation given recognition by the greatest peacemaker, Sana, leader and the father of our nation, the late Right Honorable Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, on the floor of Parliament on the 14th of July 2009, a province called Hela was born only 12 years ago. We pay tribute to our founding fathers like late Andrew Wabiria, the late Say Maitabe Yui, who stood with the Grand Chief to architect the Constitution of Papua New Guinea, the late Anderson Aigeru, who stood with the Grand Chief and Arthur to spearhead the PNG LNG project, and other pioneers who have gone ahead to eternity, who have worked with this great man in nation building to what it is today. The nation of Hela will forever be indebted to this great man and will be forever remembered in the folklores, just like what we keep in our legends. The name Somare will live forever. Hela is a land of many chiefs, but today we have only 4 speakers to represent the Hela nation of Hela Huli, Hela Tuna, Hela Tukuba, Hela Obena, and our only sister, Wanihewa. We cannot have everyone to speak here this evening, but Hela joins PNG to mourn. This evening, I have the privilege to represent the newer generation of Hela, to introduce the first speaker for tonight. The first speaker was rightly introduced by Arthur, one of those that were in the trip with the great man to the Med Museum in New York. Larry Andagali represents the Hela elites, the Hela professionals, the business community of Hela and Landcourse. Larry Andagali is currently the Group Managing Director of Trans Wonderland Limited, a company founded as a result of PNG LNG project in 2009. Please welcome Larry to the stage.
Lady Veronica, Beta Sana Ata, Junior, Dulcie, I am here representing the Hela Tuna, Hela Tuguba, Hela Obena, Hela Huli and Wanahewa to pass our condolences and say sorry. People of Krai want them you for the loss of our great man. We heard that Lady Veronica is ill at the moment. The Tatakali Wabe, God of Hela, be with her. And we pray for her quick recovery. Chief Mona, Honorable James Marabe, Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable Pai Swingti, Honorable Peter O'Neill, Honorable Governor for NCDC, Boris Pakop, Honorable Undialu, Honorable Powi, and Honorable Allen Ben. I met Sir Michael Somare in my village, Krai village, Taripori, Hela province. And that was in 2007, around about May. He came to my village to Krai houseman, Palamanda. And my father, Andagali, was there. He was very excited to see him. He said, "Who is here?" And I said, "Michael Somare." And Mama Mastruna talk, "Oh, Gaman Kama." Talk, "Gaman Kama." With his very limited English, he said, "Mi hamamaslo looking you good man. You papa blo country na, Somare na pango." That's what I can remember. Every time I see him, I say hello to Chief, and he calls me by name, Larry. He's got a photographic memory, and I will dearly miss him. So the Hela community and the people of Hela mourn with you. Andagali, Andawi, Andira. Ai kaka lelebero. Undiaru, undiabe, Andira kaka lelebero. Ai mai madiabe, marabe, Mugujia. I magiba kagalebero. I tabende, I tabamu kagalebero. Hara, Jawara kagalebero. Leave a label mabe, Walaba kagalebero. From Mountain Ambua, long live the father of the nation. From Mountain Bekupa Paguparila, you papa through long Hela. From Mountain Kaloma, from Mountain Bekupa, from Mountain Wajia and Waraga, Mtiga, Mibla Singatim, Sir Michael, also Papa Trutru, Long Hela. Hari Hariago, Hari Hilo, Hari Kikira. We share our tears. From mountains of Moran and from mountains of Haliago, Mibla Singa Dolsem, long live the chief of Papua New Guinea. The valleys of Levani and the valleys of Timalia and of Mananda. From the heart of Hulukumaya, we roll our tears down the Alo River and the Hule River, and the Takari River and the Nagi River, down to Hegigo Gorge, mix one them like Kutubu, Igo Pundan Low, Bibo Fall. into the Movie River and into the Kikori River. We say our tears. Our Grand Chief, long live our Grand Chief. I remember 2009, on the 7th December, we signed our first benefit sharing agreement at Heights. On the 8th, we signed the LBBSA. On the 9th, we flew down to Port Moresby and witnessed the signing of FID at the Parliament House. Time sidan lo nogoli milugi molsem. Prophecy belong Hela came to pass. The Gigira lightable prophecy was fulfilled. Time Mibla is signing this agreement. In 1936, Sir Michael Somare was born. In 1936, Jack Heights came through Strickland River into the Hela Basin and down to Kikori. And he has done the Papuan Wonderland Expedition, 1939. And Jack Heights named Heights Mountain. And Heights Mountain is Gigira Lightable. Tonight, I want to join the great prophets of Hela. Great prophets of Hela. Terir Majutaju, Mugi Mugu, Waralambiligo. They prophesied that Gigira Lightable will one day light up the men of many colors. Sir Michael Somare was not only destined to liberate Papua New Guinea, but Sir Michael Somare is very much play a very important role in the fulfillment of Hela prophecy. And so his destiny was to fulfill that second prophecy of lighting up the world of many colored men. That was so amazing. And today and tonight, I want to declare that on that day, the 9th of December, 2009, was the day when he gave us the economic independence for the second time. In 2026, the fruits of that signature is going to come to pass. In 2026, when all the loans are paid out, Papua New Guinea will experience unprecedented revenue flow that will transform this nation. That will transform this nation. So Sir Somare is part of Hela prophecy. He is part of Papua New Guinea prophecy, but I want to tonight claim that Sir Somare was part of Hela prophecy. He had every reason to give us the province. I remember the young man who is our local member. He thumped the table on the floor of Parliament. No Hela province, no gas, and he walked out. Somare did not reject him. He brought him back in, And he said, son, what do you want? Somare being Somare saw the future, saw what this country needed. He brought this young man under his wing and rewarded him with the education minister. And he became the chairman of Hela Special Purpose Authority, and that was the beginning of Hela province. And today, on his passing, the very man that he groomed is now the chief mourner and the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marape. Alan Bird and Honorable James Marape, both of you join hands and take our Grand Chief home and put him to rest, final rest. Kutubu has already made some commitments for Heights. We still have our struggles. We will one day have our gas company. And when we have our gas company, I also, as the leader of Heights, I pledge another 1 million kina to go to watch, put in our chief, give him the final rest. Thank you very much.
The traditional bilas or the traditional regular that is being worn by Larry Andagali and will be worn by the second speaker and the third speaker is custom to the Hela tradition that when a chief dies, when a person of the highest standing dies, you have to come in debt to give the highest respect and honor. So that is why you see Larry and the other two speakers that will come to the stage in honor of the great man. In 1975, there was a young student at Sogari National High School. He was vocal, he was quite astute at that time, and among the many students at the Sogari National High School was nominated to stand representing the future of the nation with a great Grand Chief, representing the high school students to lower the Australian flag and to raise the new Papua New Guinea flag at the Independence Hill. He later championed the Hela Kimbu Association to fight for the Hela province, and eventually in 2008 and 2009 became a chief advisor to the then Prime Minister, Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas Somare. I now call upon Chief MBLM Damian Arabagali to come up and give your experience with the rest of the Hela and Papua New Guinean.
Chief Mona, Honorable Prime Minister James Marabe, co-host, Governor for NCDC, Honorable Paus Pakop, former Prime Minister, Governor for Western Highlands, Honorable Pies Winty, former Prime Minister, Honorable Peter O'Neill, the Governor from Pacific, Honorable Alan Bird, the family of our late Grand Chief Sana and Ato Somare, and Lady Veronica, Peta, Dalcia, and Junior Michael, the Governor for Southern Highlands, Honorable William Powie, Governor of Hela, Honorable Philip Bundelu, the members of Parliament from Hela and Southern Highlands, and I see Honorable Francis Fodabe, Honorable John Kekano, former members who partnered, William Pando, Honorable Governor Philip Bundelu, and the Prime Minister, Honorable James Marabe, Alfred Kayabe, Larian Dagali, and all these people that are here. We struggled since 1974 for a province of our own. I come from my village called Teria, and my councillor was Andrew Wabiria, late Andrew Wabiria. In 1974, in the All House Assembly, on 23rd of September 1974, he put a motion for a separate Hela province, but that never eventuated. For 35 years we waited. But God appointed somebody who had our cry. For this great man, we are Hela are mourning. We will never forget great Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, because he is the Nelson Mandela for the Hela people. We had a very hard struggle. We had strong opposition in Parliament, in governments, in governors. We, our people, struggled daily. We had roadblocks. We had very powerful opponents fighting us on the floor of Parliament. We are free and liberated people to decide our own destiny, to share our resources, all because of this one great man, appointed by God, called by God in his destiny. He was sent to set my people free. Now I'm dressed as a wigman, part of this country, who he is also founded, who he faced the onslaught of outsiders who came in to benefit themselves. But for my people, we would never have had a governor's seat. Would never have a provincial administrator. Think about South Hela with Southern Highlands, and think about where are you now. We have two different plates. We have an administrator and a governor, all because of this great gentleman, leader. What can we do for him? We appreciate the amount of challenge he was put through. In the floor of Parliament, I remember in 2006, that then the governor of Morobe, Lutawanghe, asked a question to Grand Chief, when will you give the Hela province? None of my members spoke up. So another man spoke up for us, to the Grand Chief. That's where the governor from Morobe brought his administrator, Semanu Subajorno, took over the provincial affairs secretary and put him in. And our prime minister took me to work with Somare as his special advisor, facilitator, 2008 and 2009. Among the opposition by the various Southern Highlands leaders on the floor of Parliament, Hela is not in Morobe. Why are you asking questions like that? But Grand Chief, he faced those hardships, hard questions. What did we do to benefit from this great man, Hela? We had a leader, our prime minister, who took us, the oppressed people of Hela, and we have a province of our own. This gentleman did great things for us. We owe it a lot. A lot to the people of Civic, to the East Civic province, to the Lady Veronica and his children. This man stood for us when nobody else would have stood for us, when we had strong opposition. So I stand to celebrate, say thank you for this great man that allowed us now, as Southern Highlands and Hela, we have two different plates now. But this idea of Hela province came before independence, in 1974. But we had to fight for 35 years. Hasim Matu Habede, Peter Honale, all those guys, all these gentlemen under the Hela Kimbo Association, they fought for something for our people. Those of us here too, some of us, who also on the other side enjoyed yourself. Finally, when there's a province, you come flooding in. But you did not spend your toya for it. But anyway, you're welcome. But I say thank you to the Grand Chief. Thank you, Magal Somara. You were appointed by God, destined and called by God to deliver and give freedom to my people. You may rest in peace.
Before the moderator resumes, let me acknowledge Minister for Agriculture, Member for Mabrik, Honorable John Simon, and Minister for Public Service and Member for Nuku, Honorable Joe Singhi.
The late Andrew Wabira introduced the Hela Province motion in the House of Assembly first in 1974. That motion was collecting parliamentary dust until Alfred Kayabe walked into the parliament as member for Komamagarima. He was elected 3 times, twice in Court of Disputed Returns, 1 serving full term from 1997 to 2002. He was also the co-author of the Oil and Gas Act. I will now call upon Alfred Alwago Kayabe to come to the stage, representing the former parliamentarians of the Hela province.
Chief Mona, Prime Minister, right, the Honorable Chief Marabe, Ko Mona, the Governor for NCD, the Honorable Bowers Pagop, former Prime Ministers, Vice Winty, and Governor for Western Highlands, and the Honorable Peter O'Neill, Member for Yelibu Pangia. I know the presence of my brothers, Sana Somare and Arthur Somare. But I also hear that Our Lady and Mother, Lady Veronica, cannot make it tonight. But I'd like to also mention name in absentia, and also the name of our sister, Beth Osmari and Dulcie, and
Junior Michael. It's been a long journey in the days that we have, said power and also cups of tea and the red wines we shared with the chief in his living days. I acknowledge your presence tonight. The Governor for Southern Highlands, the Honorable William Powey, the Governor for Hela, the Honorable Philip Undialu, I hear the presence of the Minister for Works, the Honorable Michael Nali, if you're here tonight. I acknowledge also your presence. I also hear the presence of the Minister for Education, the Honorable Wesley Ramanin, Minister for Higher Education. The members of Parliament, including my own member for Komo Magarima, and other members of Parliament who are present tonight, former members of Parliament, leaders from the two respective provinces, those performers and the mourners, all right, on both sides of the province, the Hela and also the Southern Highlands. Good night. I have been asked to speak on behalf of the former members of Parliament and also to provide some insight into the politics and the engineering of how the Hela province came about in the initial stages. All right, so that's what I will do. I have a written speech there, but I decided not to bring it up because I might read too much in there and it might take too long. So a little bit too long, so I decided to leave it. I try to make my speech as ensure that I also give the equal amount of time the other speakers have also taken up. Thank you. The Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, has related himself to so many people that he is now entitled to the many names we now call him. Today, I join those who have spoken before me, both from the Southern Highland side and also the Hela side, in joining Lady Veronica, Sana Somare, Arthur Somare, Betha Somare, Dulcie Somare, and Junior Michael in mourning the loss of these great men, and to say that the loss of this man is not only your loss, but also our loss. He is, if it was not for this man, then one can only guess where the future of this part of the island of New Guinea will be. We have the the other side of the island of New Guinea under Indonesia, and before the Indonesians, it was under the Dutch. On this side, it was under the British, on the Papuan side, and also under the Germans on the New Guinea side. It was filled with plantations owned by people other than the indigenous on the New Guinea Islands, in the Highlands, and here. So when the Grand Chief and his Bully Beef Club issued and discussed the issue of independence, there was initial opposition. But the man with the eyes of wisdom already understood what happened to Australia, already what happened to New Zealand, already what happened to the Americans. The Americans can say, yes, every man is born equal and can preach about democracy. But we must know that the Indians, the Apaches, the Sioux, the Cherokees, the nations who occupy the plains of what is today the United States are in settlements in Indian reservations. I do not know what would become of this country if it was not for this great man who saw what may have been coming for this country and declared independence. It is in his wisdom we are now a free and independent nation. Former members of parliament from both the Southern Highlands and the Hela and other parts of Papua New Guinea partook in the process of the political independence. Sir Matebe Yui from the Hela side was one of the members of the Constitutional Planning Committee, the committee which he appointed as Chief Minister in 1973 to oversee the planning and the drafting of the new constitution of the new independent state of this country. And when he instructed that committee to now draft a constitution, he was mindful that he was putting together 1,000 tribes. 1,000 tribes who were rightfully their own independent clan and village states before we enlarged into the bigger independent state of Papua New Guinea. When we came together, the rights of those various clans and villages became the minority rights. And therefore, that is where the consensus comes in. He was a man of consensus. He was a wise man. That is where the process of decentralization of power comes in. So when the Bougainvilleans were there fighting for secession from Papua New Guinea, he was able to quickly carve out a plan to address. He knew that Papua New Guinea was not an America and an Australia. He knew Papua New Guinea was different, and yet one. He knew Papua New Guinea was a diversity in unity which he had forged. And some of our members of parliament, like the Honorable Jano Bello, I call him honorable because, in those days, truly the members of parliament were honorable. I'm not saying today it's not honorable, but they kept the politics separate from the administration. They did not mix things up. I think Governor for Southern Highlands said something there along those lines. But we had leaders who were the real pillars of this country, who were concerned for this country. Sir Michael Somare had a heart for this country. He had a vision for this country. In a forest, you see many trees. Not all trees the same. You have the quilla, you have the pine trees, you have the casuarina. These are bigger. The ebonis. There are other trees there, but not all trees the same. Some are tall. They grow far and wide. The roots grow far and wide. They take big space so that the other trees underneath the big trees, they are protected from the sun and they provide a shade for them. They grow underneath them. Leaders are like those big trees, so that when they fall big. Other trees can try to take their place, but it'll be difficult because not every tree is the same. The nature is different. Not every man and woman is the same. The natures are different. Some have virtues that others don't have. They have credibility. They have dignity. Sir Michael had those. He knew what fidelity means. He was a man faithful to his wife, Lady Veronica. I'm not saying all of us, former leaders or current, are not like Sir Mike. Some of us may be. But that is the category of a leader. Unfortunately, the Constitution can only describe those, but you have to live it. It is in the man, it is in the nature. Yeah. It is in the nature. St. Michael had those. And so, we enjoyed 49 years of political leadership under him. The others who worked with him, the late Haralumai, he just passed from the former member for Taripori. He passed away last week, I think, the funeral. He was one of the first to be given a ministry under the Pango leadership after the 1982 elections. The honorable member, former for Pagueraba, is another one of those. It's another one of those. And then you have my former member and the late Marabe Makiba, who is the father of the current member for Komo Magarima, Manasseh Makiba, who is here tonight. He was a Pangu man. Him and Haralumai teamed together, and they got one ministry. Samade Beyubi was a member of the Constitutional Planning Committee. Andrew Wabria and all the members of parliament, Mumai Pangiel, Pundia Kange, all the members of parliament, Ibn Ko, former members of parliament, they worked with Sir Michael. And then some of us came at a later stage. Anyway, that's the political history of the man. I might take up more space than I'm allowed here. But I note the presence of the former governor for Hela, and also former member for Komo Magarima, Mr. Francis Potabe, you here. The former member for Korobako Biago, John Kekano, I also note your presence here. I think the former member for Herawagiwa, you also are here. If you're not here, then we have his condolence here with us tonight. The former member for Taripori, Medriyago, is here tonight. He was one of those who got up very early in the morning, then start dressing to attend his, the funeral procession tonight. All right, and at one point in time or another, the Grand Chief was all throughout member of parliament. Whereas some of us, came in, went out, came in and dropped out like that. So at one point in time, we had access with this great man, who is now crossing river time into eternity to be with his God. I'd like to also touch a little bit on the inside of what happened on the Hela province side. When I won the 1997 elections, I flew to Wewak together with the member for Taripori. I wanted the Grand Chief to be Prime Minister again. I had three reasons. One, when I was a student at the university in 1980, he was unseated from his seat as Prime Minister. And I still remember one thing he said, and I always feel sorry for him. This is what he said. They had just displaced him. I mean, you know, he lost his prime minister's seat. All the ministers have moved to the other side, as always happens when there's a change of government. He is left alone there in his seat. And this is what he said when the newspapers asked him. When a man who has been in the realm of power becomes, this is what he said. It is very hard for a man who has been in the realm of power to be an ordinary man. Me don't know that. Me went back, said Michael must become a prime minister, member for Taripori, then the late Tom Tomepe. We flew to WeWork, and we teamed up with the WeWork team. My brother, Ada Somare, had just won the Angoram seat, so we teamed up and, you know, everything was okay. But then there was another team at Tufi, also building up our numbers. The Tufi camp was to put together the numbers from this side and then bring them up to WeWork, so the Grand Chief will become Prime Minister. But what happened was, when the numbers began to swell up on that side, they decided to nominate the Prime Minister there. And so when we came to the Parliament for the first meeting to elect the Prime Minister, we know we didn't have the numbers. And the other side got the Prime Minister. I looked around, we had only 32 members. 2 of those members were the member for Komo Makarima, myself, and the member for Taripori, Tom Tomepe. Patterson Logwa nominated Sir Michael as nominee for Prime Minister. I seconded. Our votes were counted, and we fell with 32 votes. 2 blow vote yang blow Hela vote. We blow Punan one them Sir Michael. Time of me blow be most not talk we Hela don't let people down. And it is all about relationship. Politics is about relationship. Project is about relationship. You want something, you have to build up a very good relationship. So that's how the Hela thing started. The rest is history. Grand Chief to him looks up. And to looks up also, you know, I began to slowly cushion that I wanted the Hela province and also my gas, because I was former member from 1990 to 1992 short term, and then 1996, 97 another short term, and this time full term, and you know, I wanted to make him Prime Minister, but Jimmy put down, so those things came in. Rest is history. Sir Michael said, let's go to Tari. And this is not campaign time. On the 6th of June 2001, the entire parliamentary wing of the National Alliance Party flew into Hela on a Wednesday, that was on the 6th. On the 7th, we attended a farewell ceremony for Sister Mel and Lorraine at Tari Secondary School. And on the 8th, the entire parliamentary wing went to Tari town and said, today we will remove the Hela province issue from the Hela Kimbu Association, and it will now become party policy if the National Alliance comes into power in the 2002 elections. In November 2001, during the National Alliance Party caucus in Kokopo, the party endorsed the Hela province issue as party policy, so that if the National Alliance Party came into power, it will become government policy. Sir Michael did not forget the 2 votes that fell with him on that fateful day in 1997. So I didn't win the elections. I don't know what happened. I did what I had to do. I was fighting for the Hela province, but people maybe wanted a little bit of this one, so I didn't have. But we were honest in those days. So I didn't win, but I had my National Alliance party in government. I'm not finished yet. There was a complaint in the party, National Alliance Party machinery. Our party secretary wrote to the Hela Kimber Association chairman and said, Hela, you did not give, not even the Sydney member Alfred Kayabe to the National Alliance Party during the 2002 elections. And therefore, we will not pursue your Hela province issue. No. Of all things, that's what I didn't want to. That's the last thing we want to hear. We didn't respond to the party caucus. We did a letter, I took it straight to the Grand Chief, and I said, I fell with you on the floor of Parliament that fateful day. And I stuck with you for two things. One, my guests, and two, my Hela province. So you cannot let me down. Even if I don't win this time, I know I will win the next one. Or I might, Hela might give you a member in the coming elections. And I was right. Because in 2007, the current Prime Minister then won under the National Alliance Party as a member for Taripori. So that kind of balanced things up a little bit. But anyway, I am trying to give you the inside picture of what's been going on the inside. So that's on the Hela side. But, the Prime Minister now, he too had been doing his homework on the side of these things that happen, but that's not for now. So all of us contributed to this thing. It's not about separating, two countries or whatever. The boundary of the Hela province and Southern Highlands will not go to the families. Many Taris are married on the Yalibu side. Some Komos are married into Mendi. And then Yalibus and also some Pangias, I think, are married into Tari. So this marriage thing, families also will remain. It's about us being a big province, so you may cut him now, and I get Tupulam Bilumiem, I think somebody said it before. So it's about this thing. Yeah. So that's on the Hela province. All right, say Wabiria is, introduced a motion in 1974, and then it was in there. But then the National Alliance Party, under the parliamentary leadership of Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE, decided to now take it head on, made it party policy, and when the National Alliance Party, including my brother Arthur SOMARE there, it is very difficult because we didn't give the number. All right? So, yeah. So, and now we have the Hela province. All right? So from the people to the Hela Kimber Association, then from the hands of the Hela Kimber Association to the National Alliance Party, from the National Alliance Party to the government. That's how you now have your province. All right. So I'm just trying to clear up the inside story. The other side is the LNG. My brother Kapinato said about how you distributed to cut up your LBBSA and UPSA and all that. My brother Larry too said the same thing here. Yes, you cut it, but where did you get it from? So that's what I'm trying to clear up here. You see, I come from the gas electorate. When I was at University Law School, I studied mining law,
And I had an African lecturer. He also took us through the Bougainville Agreement. He said, Africa, the white men plundered. You have too many resources here, they will do the same here, and therefore you have to do this, and that. And I was very mindful. And so, when the Papua New Guinea to Queensland pipeline project was initiated, it was about my guess. So the law had to be changed. Because as a lawyer, I realized there was nothing in there for the landowners. And therefore, under the Kutubu agreement, you don't have anything that you have today, but only MOAs, because the law did not provide. So from 1997, the Agiru provincial government established a committee called the Oil and Gas Committee, Task Force Committee, appointed by chairman. And some of your landowners like Tony and Larry and Philip Kende, they were part of that committee. And our task was to now change the then Petroleum Act 1992. Now, the government then did not agree to wholesome change. So my committee came up with what we call a gas bill. We said oil and gas and 2 plus separate something. So we came up with a gas bill, and it became the opposition kind of position because Agri was to go in between. All right? In between. And then after Somare too came, and then we informed the chief at some times. And so it was kind of like a standoff until we came to a compromise. And when we came to the compromise, we said, all right, some of the things that are in the gas bill, all right, we put into the Petroleum Act. And we changed the Petroleum Act to a new name, which you today know as the Oil and Gas Act. It's a compromise position. Compromise not only in the name, but in what is in the law itself. So, most of the things that you find in the Oil and Gas Act, from sections 164 to 179, was in our gas bill, which is the opposition bill, where Sir Michael Ibn Diderlongen. Right? So, the provisions on equity, it was never there in the previous act. On royalty, it was never there. Development levy, never there. IDG, BDG, all these things you were talking about, they came into existence under this law which we created. So, Sir Michael was my party and therefore my support base for what I was doing. Whilst the government came out with cosmetic means that's all change, to then Petroleum Act. No God. Me brother no God. We said all gas must be processed also in this country. And that is what we have said in section 68, subsection 2 of the Oil and Gas Act. Some people are saying there is nothing in there for this country. I don't know whether they are reading the law or they are cooking up their own law in their heads. It's already there. We created the National Gas Corporation, and that it's under section 179. Let me summarize. That one says that National Gas Corporation must be owned by all the provincial governments of Papua New Guinea, so that all provincial governments where you no got gas,
instead of province blow you, instead of you spectator na you look sit down, but him hand blow narbla kage, you do by kage because you by Paparo National Gas Corporation. And the chief believed in his own constitution, which says that the national wealth must be equally shared, and the National Gas Corporation was that vehicle. It is in law, and Somare not only has a finger, he has a hand in this one. The man who now lies in state to pass from time into eternity. He was a man who cared and shared. And that translates the prophecy of the Kigira Light Table through this vehicle. Yeah. All right. Let me just conclude now. Let me conclude. We also wanted to make sure that we add value to our guests. We don't sell things overseas. So we set down some processing, and that is what the Prime Minister is now emphasized on. And that is, Prime Minister has a seeing eye, our current Prime Minister. He has a seeing eye, and he has seen the National Gas Corporation as the vehicle in the oil and gas sector, all right, especially in the national gas sector, to take back PNG because it's about adding value to the gas resources. All right, so that's the other side of the story. My conversation with the chief and his position on the oil and gas resource developments. I think that is about all I have to say. In conclusion, thank you for giving us the opportunity to share some of the things that we want to say, and in addition to our, heartfelt, condolence for the passing of a great man. Like the great, tree that's fallen, we have leaders, but every leader is not the same, just like every tree is not the same. But he has left a very good, working relationship among those who are now, left behind. And so let's leave, continue the good relationship that he has left behind. And I conclude by saying that, on behalf of the former members of Parliament, we also share the condolence together with those who have already spoken before me. Thank you very much.
I would now like to call upon our final speaker, the Governor of Hela Province, Honorable Philip Undialu. In the last Parliament, Honorable Undialu was the member for Koroba Lake Kopiago, then served with the Grand Chief, Sir Michael Thomas Somare. Governor Undialu will now represent the 500,000 plus people of Hela to pay its tribute on behalf of his people to the family of the late Grand Chief and the people of Papua New Guinea. Governor Undialu.
I thought I'm taller than Alfred Kaibe, but happens to be the shortest. All right. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Prime Minister, our Chief Mona, the two co-hosts, Governor and City, Honorable Paus Pakop, Governor Alan Bird, Governor of East Pacific Province, the province where Sir Michael will come from and where he will be rested. The family of late Sir Michael Thomas Somare, represented by Arthur and Sana. I also recognize the two former Prime Ministers, Governor for Western Highlands, Honorable Pais Windy, and Member for Yali Bupange, the former Prime Minister, Honorable Peter O'Neill, various state ministers who are here tonight, I think the Minister for Higher Education, the Minister for Agriculture, and other colleague members also here. My colleague leaders from Hela in Honorable Patrice Thomas and Honorable Manasa Magiba of Koma Makarima. I also note and acknowledge the presence of other members from Southern Highlands. And tonight, as the whole country gathered in this stadium, outside the stadium, and right around the country, and I believe some are watching on live, right wherever they are. We also have the presence of all the firebrand former and past and current politicians of Hela and Southern Highlands. That was Somare brought together the rival politicians of Hela and Southern Highlands together, and I wish to acknowledge all of you. I think wherever you are, people of Hela and Southern Highlands, Sir Michael Somare has been the Sana, has been the peacemaker, has been the unifying factor for this country. He is and he will remain. And tonight I am glad to see various politicians left their differences to mourn the Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare, and I applaud the sentiments expressed by Honorable Peter O'Neill as well and Honorable Governor Powie. And I acknowledge all our leaders in various professions, landowners, department heads and managing directors, both from Hela and Southern Highlands here tonight. Tonight we hear some beautiful stories, and I like the stories of former member for Kagwerawe. That was from his heart and from the engine room, one of the favorite leaders that stood with Somare. And what inspires us of that speech to me tonight was in the absence of technology, with few handful of educated leaders, in the absence of mobile phone and Facebook and available today at our fingertips, these were the leaders that have steered and shaped the destiny of our nation, and I really humbly acknowledge all the leaders who stood with Sir Michael Thomas Somare, post-independence, pre-independence, post-independence. Those of you who were not able to make tonight, we acknowledge your presence. Those mothers and those who came in traditional attires and those who shared tears with us tonight really come from your heart. The security guards and bus drivers outside, and that has stood with Honorable Prime Minister to respect the passing of our father, our Grand Chief. I thank all of you for all the contributions. Tonight, I will be short and brief, and I'll just give a summary of the presentation by the other colleague leaders from the province.
our moderator summarized who we are and the boundaries that we share, and the definition of and common boundaries we share, the mountains, the rivers. Larry and Dagali came in here to talk about the inner core DNA of Hela, the mountains, the waters, the beliefs, the prophecies we have. Alfred Kayebe came in here to tell us what transpired after Yanombelo and Prime Minister and many others moved on. He came back. The formative days of Oil and Gas Act, the formative years of Hela Province, the formative years of all these histories been told by Chairman Arabagali and Alfred Kayebe, and I am here to acknowledge and compliment what been echoed here tonight. So I stand here on behalf of the 500,000 people of Hela, so humbled and heartbroken. So humbled because of the loss of the great man that we all love and cherish. Heartbroken because it is not for this man if this was not for this man, his vision and his leadership. Just like the rest of Papua New Guinea, remembering him for founding this beautiful nation of ours called Papua New Guinea, at no cost, with no bloodshed, and without struggle. Those stories of his vision, his leadership, and the contributions to the nation. Every provinces that came by over the last 9 days have told, individuals have said and echoed already. I am here to tell you the version of Somare's life and his contributions, only to complement the remarks from the earlier statements by Larry Ndagali, Demen Arapagali, Alfred Kayebe, on behalf of the people of Hela. And my story title will be Hela Story, and a tribute to Thomas Somare. From 6 p.m. tonight to 8 p.m., roughly 9 p.m., you heard from Southern Highlands Governor, former Prime Minister Peter O'Neill, member for Yali Pupange, and colleague leaders. And again, if it wasn't for Somare, I would not be here talking as governor for Hela. No Larry Dagali, no Deman Tibawi, no Alfred Kayebe, because by then would have been covered by Southern Highlands already, because we were one at a time, as used to be until 2012. But tonight I am proud and humbled that I have my own province, my own identity. I stand here as governor for Hela, the very province he founded. Thank you, Apa Somare, for giving me and my people the identity. We call it Hela Province. Not just that. It was Somare who founded the PNG LNG project. Let me also acknowledge the contributions from Ada Somare, Honorable Patrick Price, Honorable William Tuma, Lady Anderson Agiru, Honorable James Marape, the Prime Minister, and politicians and public servants in various capacities for funding this PNG LNG project. Let me briefly explain why PNG LNG project is such an important to Hela and the country. Firstly, PNG LNG project was the Papua New Guinea's founding LNG project. It was the largest investment ever undertaken in the history of Papua New Guinea, costing 40 billion kina, crossing 5 different provinces, 700 kilometers. Of course, that was the founding project for Papua New Guinea. The project created about 20,000 direct employments during construction stage and 5,000 jobs during operations. PNG's global image as an institution, as an investment destination was lifted to an unprecedented level as we delivered the PNG LNG project on schedule, on budget, on time, came in 2014. State through the Kumul Petroleum today receives between 1.5 billion kina to 2 billion kina depending on oil price. Croton equity, 4.27% that John Cabinato, Alfred Kaibe, and Lara Ndagali just mentioned, I could say was a gift to the host provinces and the landowners of Southern Highlands, of Hela, of Gulf, of Western Province and Central Provinces. I thank Semagol Thomas Somare for committing. This commitment was outside of oil and gas, what is already covered in the oil and gas. And this was truly the gift from the great man that we are here to celebrate tonight. And I would like to appeal to the people of Southern Highlands, Hela, and the other three provinces that this was the golden gift. And at this juncture, I would like to thank the previous government of Peter O'Neill for reducing the price of the 4.27% equity, and the current government of Honorable James Marape under NEC Decision 81 of 2020, 11 March 2020, has committed to honor Semagol Somare's commitment free of cost, and we thank you, Semagol Somare, for honoring Semagol Somare's gift to my people of Southern Highlands and people of Hela. PNG LNG project was a foundation project and created multiple opportunities of downstream activities like power generation and other downstream activities, and the list goes on. I used to be one of the critics since the project inception, but however, looking back now, I can see the vision and the dream, the bigger picture that Somare had. He may have seen the need for the project of such magnitude and such scale to prepare for Papua New Guinea for independence, economic independence. And that, from looking back, was a bigger picture the Honorable Chair Magol Somare had. So, ladies and gentlemen, in short, Somare just not founded the independent state of Papua New Guinea. Somare founded the province of Hela, and with the PNG LNG project. And that is the story of Hela I want to say tonight with the family members and all of us here tonight. On behalf of my government and my people, I thank for giving our own identity, our own province with PNG LNG project. If it wasn't you, the motion of 1975, moved by Andrew Wabiria for a separate province, would have been collecting dust at Wagini. As we lay our collecting dust in Wagini, as we lay our papa to rest, Hela is proud to have a Hela son as a Prime Minister of PNG today. It is changing of the guard, I would say, because he is the Prime Minister of the country you founded. He is the leader of the political party you founded in Pangu Party. He is the same person you bestowed him with the first Ministry of Education in his political career. He is the same person you accorded with him with the chairman of Hela Transitional Authority. And he is the Prime Minister for the province, from the province, the first Prime Minister from the province, Sir Michael Somare have founded. And thank you, Papa. You also founded the leadership. That's why I say Somare was a man ahead of time. He was a future living in the present. During every discourse, and if he was there before, he knew where exactly where he was going. This is the final story for Hela. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank Somare for all these wonderful contributions to the nation of Hela. On a personal note, I had the honor to meet Semagal Somare on a number of occasions. Of course, during PNG LNG project, we had to meet in Kokopo and in Heights for LBSA signing in 2009 and 10. 2 years later, I joined him in Parliament as member for Korbalai Kobiako. And in the most recent was on the 11th of December 2020, last year, in Wewak. I thank Honorable Governor Alan Bett, member for Angrom Sali Waipo, Minister of Agriculture Honorable John Simon for bringing me to Wewak. At the time, I thought I was attending a civic show in Wewak, but today I now come to realize that I was invited for a purpose. I thank Governor Bett. Your invitation was not just to watch a civic show. God used you and the occasion to thank him and the people of the Civic people for everything that somebody had done. I represented 500,000 people of Hela. And 3 months ago, I was invited to thank Semagal Somare at his own place, at his own resting place, at his own capital town of Wewak. At the occasion, I had the opportunity to thank him in front of his people. And I quote, "I stand here as governor for Hela because of Somare. Hela was part of Southern Highlands 30 years or 37 years over, but Somare gave me my own province and my own identity called Hela province. I thank Somare, his family, and the greater Civic people for giving this great leader who then gave his own Hela its own identity. And at that time, I also enjoyed laughter and the fun and the laughter being created by Semagal Somare and Sepidalus. When Semagal Somare stood up to speak, he told us the story about Sepidalus coming to Angrom to advise Somare to contest for the election at that time. And Sepidalus said, "Yeah, Mibla Maverick, staff na Mibla civic staff. Me born first, Somare born second. Me come lo politics first time, Somare come behind lo me." And that really angered Grand Chief, so he said, Sepidalus Geman. Politics, yes, come pani lo Maverick. But me born first time, lo Sepidalus. A bit of fun that we enjoyed, and that was a great moment. I said with Semagal Somare, I still have the footage. One day I will share with my colleague leaders. So finally, I can't thank God enough for this great leader. As we mourn this great man, there is nothing fitting a gift for this noble man. As a token for this man, Hela province is prepared to commit equivalent amount that Southern Highlands committed. But in my view, a compensation and a reward this man cannot be measured by money, by wealth, by projects of that measure. Semagal is the greatest man that this country has ever experienced and felt and touched and witnessed to be. No amount of project, no amount of money will compensate, and we'll say thank you to Semagal Somare as a gift all those commitments can come to support and to continue to carry his name. We can propose Michael Somare Foundation, if it's not been in place. I think that should be the legacy for Sir Michael Thomas Somare. I want to propose tonight to propose Sir Michael Thomas Somare Foundation. The commitment made by the Kutubus and the Heights and the Southern Highlands Provincial Government, Hela Provincial Government will also commit 2.5 million kina towards this foundation. And let Sir Michael Somare commitments and his name and his name remain the rest of our life. And only then we can truly celebrate his name. But as I said, no amount of money, no value of money can compensate and reward this man. And I would like to stress some point here. At the passing of this man, this great man, may we uphold the values and principles that he has stood for us. May we be remorse of the freedom we every day take it for granted. May we repent of the differences. This unity, harmony, disharmony and enemies we create overnight for leadership, for power, for greed, and the wealth. May we, the leaders of today, and the generation of leaders into the future should not talk about the little differences and little districts, little provinces, the regions, because that was not Somare's spirit, that was not Somare's interest, that was not the way Somare lived, he behaved. He did not live for Sipiks, he lived for Papua New Guinea. If he lived for Sipiks, you would see superhighways and big tower stories now rising up in Sipik. He never stood up for it. He stood up for the value for unity, the value for good governance, the value for unity, and at his death, may his death give birth to a breed of good, God-fearing leaders, visionary leaders, selfless leaders, patriotic and nationalistic leaders at all levels and all sectors to lead this country to the right direction into the next 50, 100 years. And may this be the commitment we reach out tonight and all throughout the celebrations. May the soul of this great man, the great chief, the founding father of our nation, rest in eternal peace. Make with this, may we adopt all these values that Somare stood for, the unity that I see in portrayed tonight. I see the political rivals with differences in Hela and Southern Highlands being brought here tonight. I see the 1,000 tribes and 866 languages right throughout the country to mourn this great man being unified. May we take the values, the principles, and the spirit that Somare stood for. Tonight we can resolve to take the values and we can embrace this man. And this is the fitting farewell, and this is the fitting reward. I believe and I presume that Somare would be rewarded for all the 40, 50 years of service. At this juncture, I wish to thank the people of East Sepik Province for 50 years long of constant the mandate, because of East Sepik people, the trust, the commitment, the faith they had in this man. And he was able to provide the leadership and create many histories that many provinces have showed us over the last 8 months. And tonight we have heard from Southern Highlands and Hela, because without a mandate from the people of Pacific Province, from the support from his family, I would like to thank Lady Veronica for sharing your husband. And I wish you a quick recovery and good health. I wish to thank the Sanas, the Beta, Dalcia, the Beta, Michael Jr. Somare, and all the grandsons for sharing your father, your husband, your mandated leader of East Pacific Province to call our father of the nation, for Hela to call the father of Hela Province, to call the father of PNG LNG project, to many, all the good stories that we hear tonight, for sharing this beautiful husband of yours, father of yours, and grandfather of yours, to be the father and to be the grandfather and to be the leader and the founding father of this, for sharing this man. 50 years of sharing your father and your loved ones is not an easy, and I wholeheartedly, on behalf of my people, thank the family and the ECBIC people for bringing up this man to share with us. And tonight, I thank them all. God bless you all tonight. God bless Papua New Guinea. Rest in peace, Papa Somare. We love you so much from both of our heart. We thank you all and for the great leadership you have provided to us. And tonight, I will not bore you with repeat you with everything that my colleagues have said, and to bore you with every other speeches that other speakers have said. Tonight, this is Hela's version of the story, and I conclude by inviting my colleague governor to present a gift, and this gift will be listed amongst the honorary doctorate and honorary gift that has been given to, I believe over 15 or 16 been given right around the country, or right around the world, by various institutions. In Hela, we have our traditional institution, and it takes 7 to 8 years to grow this week. Bring forward the week and the various gifts that we had. Yeah, I think I will use, so we did, Governor, I think you can take, we will make the presentation. So tonight, that concludes my version of the story. And I'd like to thank all the speakers, everyone that participated gathered tonight on behalf of the people of Hela, those of you who are present tonight, and those watching live, for coming together tonight to celebrate the life of this great man. On behalf of Hela and Southern Highlands, we would like to give a Hela week that was presented twice when he was alive, once in Tari and once in East Pacific Province to celebrate his birthday. Tonight, that gift, I'd like to present that gift to be placed in his tomb or somewhere at Michael Somare Archive, so that it will go be remembered as a gift for his contributions in Hela Province and Papua New Guinea. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good night, everyone. So I think during the presentation, a number of presentations we'll give. We will also call Prime Minister as Hela man. We'll also be asked to come join us. and Governor Powi to join us to make various gift presentation tonight, and that will conclude our program tonight. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, good night, everyone. To be short, I'm blogging passing custom. Southern Highlands, na Hela, Mandai, mi no sabe just go talk. Soren, all kara good lo something long, show him respect. We blow place him on you may say, he got cost long, rasim, sell house stuff, can all passing lo place here, and one can passing and bami blow walk him lo here, lo show him, bel sore, that we are with what we say. Now you may express him long kind passing lo place. You know na mi blow kare mai warata sol na talk good night na mi blow save go or good day na mi blow say go, and we share the grief together. That's same passing lo place. You know one blow nu blow sanu mi blow kare come lay. So I think this blow so mi blow by go down. We won't take much time. There's 6 or 7 gifts representing you, me, all wider Hela and Southern Highlands community, people leaders contributing lig, and at the same time, some all boys all passing long place, long Pacific. Also we give him some gifts here, and some you blow holy me talking, you blow holy me, so you blow holy, you blow and carry him come to front. You can give him one time. So we will go down. Governor Hela, the member for Komo Magarema, Vice Minister, very supportive. He's been very instrumental in organizing these things. We recognize you. You are also elected leader. But some of the time, members humbly go beyond the call, members support in this place. So very good. We need that kind of spirit. I think this place one good plus something. Let's assemble here, and you may call him name belong all groups where we belong by give him present long end. Thank you.
Southern Highlands and Hela province are only divided by a political boundary, imaginary line, but true to these words, they remain sister province. Hence, we still have the Hela and Southern Highlands here in the same house mourning together for the great man, and in signifying that we have Governor Powi and Governor Undialu. We would like to call upon Governor Bird, Arthur, Sana, to step out, please, including our Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape. All right, we have other gifts here, but we'll start with the headdress. The headdress, as our governor has said before, was given twice, one in Hela, the other time in Wreath, to the Grand Chief, late Sir Michael Thomas Somare. This is the third time that we as the Hela province will bestow that recognition to the great man. But this time, we will now have the headdress passed on to Sana and Arthur, signifying that chieftaincy of the Hela tribe being passed on to the two sons, signifying that bondship and relationship. After that, we will have the other presentations by Governor Undialu and Governor Powi on behalf of the Hela and Southern Highlands. And then we will have our Prime Minister, James Marape, to conclude with concluding remarks. I would like to now call upon the headdress to be brought up to the front and to be given to Governor Undialu to pass on. This is signifying that relationship. We haven't brought any wreaths, as you can see. We want to do it customarily to signify this occasion. Thank you. Accompanying the headdress, we will also have Trends Wonderland Limited, the local landowner company, and Heights Guest Development Corporation that will accompany that headdress and be presented to Arthur and Sana.
All right, thank you. Bring it forward. Yeah, I think this, let me explain again. This in the Hela society, this is come from a human being. When a young man in the age of 12, 13 goes into houseman and started growing this wing, and he stayed in a bachelor's house, never see woman, eat man's food, drink man water brought in by man, and stays in a confined world. And they came up with growing this wing. At the first place, they grow something like where Larry is wearing. Out of that, they make this one. And they got 3 years, 4 years, 5, 6, 7 stages of growing this big. And this is the final week that Hela Houseman is an institution and comes with a culture of discipline. Not allowed to face with women, not allowed to engage, not allowed to go to the open world. You stay in confined and until you graduated. This is the graduation ceremony. And by this, you qualify to go out to the open world, marriage, enjoy the life the world can provide. And so this is the highest honor in Hela culture. It is grown by someone in the province. Its value is huge, but it takes 7 years to, it's a valueless. And it's a very prestigious gift. We want to, that's the highest honor in the Hela society. And I'd like to call Prime Minister. The man, Sir Michael Thomas Somare, has groomed to be Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea. He is the party leader of the Pangu Party that Somare founded. And I'd like to call upon him to present. No, put it with that.
All right, Governor Bed, and Sana and Arthur, with greatest of respect to all politicians, the Honorable John Simon, the Honorable Joe Sungi, the Honorable Patrick Wright, and everyone else. This is a clan sort of thing. It goes from when a chief dies or it's cultured, grown, it is really passed from clan to clan in a clan perspective with Governor Bed and all elected leaders of ECB province with greatest of all respect. This is passed to the Somares and especially to be preserved in the Somare Museum. He was conferred. This is the highest ranked sort of person in the Huli Sing Sing. You have the number one. The leader stands and wear this type of wig. Well, the greatest and number one Papua New Guinean has passed on. And we'd like, as present amongst the leaders of Hela here seated, and those back home, I've conferred this honor to pass on this wig to the Somare families.
All right, you may pat your hand. But you may lose him this like gift, lo museum blogan. All right. Come. Sana and Ata. This is a gift from Highlands Gas Development Company, the company that grew out of as a result of a founding project, PNG LNG project. It's a gift of 100,000 to help the programs that you may conduct back home. I know in Port Moresby, government will help us. Back home, we need resources too. So that's why the director and shareholders are here on behalf of Libe Faridali, Wandako Kau and Larian Dakali here. Ibi Pati Mahana, presentation to the family of Somare. There is also another one from, there's another one from the Hela and Southern Highlands group, come, 50,000 kina. To the Somare family, yeah. So, come forward. So, Honorable Manasa Magiba, have the honor to present. This is to help Lady Veronica in her medical expenses as well as some other needs, house krai needs back home. Thank you. We have next one for Lady Veronica. We are leaving 30,000 kina for her. Her people, her tribe, her family. She is also a gigantic woman with equivalent respect, and we value her, so that's for her. Somare family and yeah, Papa Line below Somare. We got 30,000 again. Yeah, and all right, the other one to the East Pacific provincial government, East Pacific people, and to Governor Allen Bird, 50,000 from Hela and Southern Highlands for funeral-related expense. My brother, token, just a token. It's part of our culture. Governor Bird, you can present. There's another 50,000 kina from Trans Wonderland, another company that founded as a result of PNG LNG project. Larry himself is a managing director, and 50,000 kina coming from them to support the funeral program back home. To the good member for Angaram, Salia Wepo, 20,000 from Hela and Southern Highlands. To the National Alliance Party, I will call on the Prime Minister, being a member of the National Alliance Party before. You can make this presentation of 50,000 to your former party leader, and in your capacity as Prime Minister and also leader of the Pangu Party.
All right, let me call him the Honorable Patrick Price, the Honorable Alan Baird, the Honorable Walter Snobel, the Honorable Ian Lingstaki, the Honorable Timothy Masiu, the Honorable William Nakind, and Maki Mas Bloga, the National Alliance family supporters, Grand Chief, and me last time I was Prime Minister, and me leader of the National Alliance Party. Maki Mas, Emolsem, suppose you come on top of Helena South Islands, I'll give him in the context of all passing peak, all Burgim Suka, all passing banana, all Ikarem Kaukau kam, all Burgim firewood kam, Emogara line sinawni, all Karem Nisla kam, give me a plan. All family kissing finish. Suppose you come on top, I'll give him all and something. In that context, we will give him. I mean, no money belong by him house eco. You know, money belong go along by him balus and nogat. And pick me passing give him. And firewood me Burgim give him. Sugar me Burgim give him. Banana me give him. And passing customers. I mean, no money, you know, make most money. Customers will bring him. Boy blow you. Na pig, na money, na banana, kaikena, or something blah blah. So I am from Mibla, Maki Moss, National Alliance Party. Isagat level of Southern Highlands, Hela, na me kisi mas of current Prime Minister, but in the context of me, member of Longkari, and member of Legislative Province, we will give National Alliance for the great support. It was a game Tubla Province, Lomipla.
Okay, to the Pangu Party, 20,000 from Southern Highlands and Hela. Any of the Pangu Party officials or members of Pangu Party from John Simon or Minister Blong Public Service, Joseph Sungi, one blow Yutla can come now. Representing party na kam kisim. The next one we also remember Grand Chiefs. Late Grand Chief's colleague, now one age group, said Peter Luce at the passing of his brother, and senior statesman, me play Luce thinking long someone can pick for say Peter Luce, 20,000 from Hela, Southern Highlands. Member Blong, Maprik, you stop, you the right person to pick this one. Give it to our father. Huh? And not forgetting the magnificent host to this great organization to mourn the Grand Chief. I think the Honorable Governor for NCD and the Prime Minister, you are part of the Chief Mourners and the mourning team. Well done. We respect you and we give a lot of credit to you. We did not forget, as part of our culture and custom, we have 20,000 for Governor Paul Pakop and the team behind the success of this organization. Now. And the Chief Mourner, Prime Minister, we have 10,000 for you to support your colleagues and team from Hela and Southern Highlands. This plan bian im pasin blong custom blong yumi lo place yumi go lo house krai at least Ras himself help him all land blong yumi long by pig working all custom all to him part of Papua New Guinea only get this block kind cost. It's a token. It's not really about the money and other things that matters. It's really about being with you and sharing, and we've expressed our sorrow and we are physically doing things to demonstrate that we are truly behind and with you during this time of grief. So thank you, through. God bless you, me all.
Right. I think with the commitment of the 2.5 million kina each from the province, plus the 2 million kina that have been pledged by Kutubu and Heights, we will work together to carry Michael Somare's name and deliver some projects back in his village. He has done enough for the country. Let this money say thank you to Lady Veronica and Michael Somare, his family, by building small classrooms, library for the kids, looking after the Murik-like relocation programs and so forth. So we are happy to partner with ECB project government, the family, and the member for Anguram for that matter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation tonight, and I think I'll hand it back to the Master of Ceremony. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, maybe Alan Bed or one plan of family can give him legal response, close him up, then Ogara not apply, you can ready more flowers, buy him by lame bridge, so bring him flower, he come close to. Thank you. We can give him time, I think Governor Bloy Civic, you can make him legal response before maybe you can lay him bridge. Thank you, Governor. On behalf lo Miblol people belong East Sipik na West Sipik one time. Pasin yupla all people below Hela na Southern Highlands yupla make him lo now. Yupla bianim custom straight na true ating all Sipik oli watch him display program round him country and bamito ko se mating yupla brukim bun belum yupla good true. Lo pasin yupla soin. So on behalf long all gada Sipik family ata tok pinis all gada Sipik. Miplay got big pla hamama so some got this pla relationship is tap. Namel lo papa one time yupla. Na lo bekim mi like tokol sem. Pasin yupla so him now. Yupla build him nupla relationship ken. Yupla renew him this pla relationship. Where papa I got one time people belong yupla. Yupla now renew him ken one time all pikinini na all brother na susab lo yupla is tap upside lo mountain. Thank you very much. God can bless him yupla. Na yumi all got a hold him hand na. Screw him, ego moye walk where papa is starting. Good night. Okay, I think I'm finished now. You make an some more flowers he come. So two governors, we said you hold him some flowers, you can name rich. Now thank you true, you play come, na me. By come arde lo program lo yumi, na me talk thank you straight. That God he look at them yumi, na me talk thank you, extend him thank you lo.
I now invite the mourners or delegation to lay your wreaths. At the memorial of the late Grand Chief, Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas SOMARE. A reminder to our mourners this evening, we will be having closing remarks from the Chief Mourner, Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marape. The leaders of Southern Highlands and Hela now give leave to lay wreaths. Thank you very much. Our leaders from governors, leaders from Hela and Southern Highlands. At this juncture, before I call up the Honourable Prime Minister, we will have a historic film tribute regarding the preparation for independence to be screened. Mourners, invited guest attendees, and those watching on different platforms streaming, please join me in observing this film tribute put together by the organizing committee.
It is August 1975 in Papua New Guinea, a country of ancient cultures which has in the time span of one lifetime been colonized by Germany, Britain and Australia, invaded by Japan, and finally by a mandate from the United Nations administered by Australia and introduced to the world of the 20th century. Throughout hundreds of islands, in the towns and in thousands of villages, the people are hearing the news. Their country will become an independent nation on September the 16th, 1975, and they're getting ready.
Mipra to mikim desra walk long carving na good pra long gaban bro mipla salim toki kam. Dito kipra wakim bro you me present long independent now. Or then na mipla wakim sampalai go long ABC bro mipla long gagi do emi kisim baim sampalana. Igo enough na emi to desra enough bro you me present long gaban bro you me long independent come up now. Desra or sem na mipla ita. Brong alwim country na brong yumi straight.
Hurry up now.
Independent must become people of the world. Independent, he crossed to now. But he marking was 16th of September. The middle war is through, the second middle walk out, the middle of Barrow. It was a walk, Charlie, Sunday, 6 past 6. But middle walk, in the side, I didn't buy the finishing or you can try that. Because independence is getting close, we like to learn the meaning of the word independence. Class, today, what does the word independence mean? Sarah?
It means freedom.
Good boy. Any other answers besides?
It means not to depend on someone.
Good girl. Independence in English means looking after ourselves. What why looking after ourselves better to you know?
Independence and in Namutua, we see what about Hela.
Namuhera dika. Ya nina, ita siboda, baita henari. Dia now si benari tam. Puna nari ta bahigere gere. An. Ibu melalu me para. Oh. Nadi nai independence ai daka betakaram.
Betalam ila betarakam. Ano betalam bona. Tamam takadaram bona ni mo betake.
Nadina. To bedaka bukaram nadina nai.
Launa na hegai independence tinana baina makaya be ekurami bona eku ageva na hegai independence tinana baina mawaru bona bamoko da baina.
Activities planned in the districts as part of Papua New Guinea's independence celebrations will combine the traditional with the modern. At Angoram in the East Sepik district, Independence Day celebrations include canoe races on the Sepik River, the opening of a rebuilt house tambaran, bicycle races, other sporting events, and a traditional feast. Are expected to organize sporting events and sing-sings on Monday, September the 15th, and much effort has gone into preparing for the day. Members of the House of Assembly will be able to bring their wives to Port Moresby for Independence Day celebration. But members with more than one wife may bring only one.
A lot of people in this country thought, well, we wouldn't be able to do it. They were talking in terms of 2 or 3 decades, while I was talking in terms of few years. One stage in Australia, I said, oh, I don't see it, you know. I cut out myself with the Prime Minister. I think that's one of my quotations in Australian paper. I never thought, you know, by forming the first political party that we would be able to see it through. But then when I know that I had a lot of support from young Papua New Guineans, I thought, well, I think we should be able to make it.
The Independence Day Committee is still tackling the problem of suitable dress standards for the independence celebration. The committee's suggestion for night formal wear is dark slacks, long-sleeved white shirt, shoes and short socks, or dark-tailored rami and sandals and long-sleeved white shirt for men. There are no recommendations for women other than to say they will complement the men's fashion.
They are very happy with me in the midst, talking and laughing at their dressing me up like a young girl, they say. That's the way they're laughing at me. They say, my young girl now, it's too late now to be old, they say that. For the independence, they made me young again.
What a mesmerizing film. You could literally feel the energy, the excitement in the air. As the nation, the young nation back then, looked forward to being a sovereign state. We will be playing the actual video of the Independence Day tomorrow. Just letting you know of tomorrow's program for those attending. In giving the closing remarks, I'd like to now call upon Chief Mourner, co-host to the National House Cry, Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honorable James Marape.
All right, good evening everyone once again, and I will not keep you all long. I'll promise One thing I learned in the last 8 evenings sitting here is that short conversations is even better. And so let me be short tonight, but let me thank each and every one of you for showing up big tonight once again. And Southern Highlands and Hela province, thank you. From the, led by the governors and all members of parliament, but more importantly, all the leaders of the province, both women leaders, men leaders, all the mourners. Thank you very much, each and every one of you, those who are outside and those who are inside representing the greater Southern Highlands and Hela province on behalf of the core host, the Governor Pakop, and all of us up front, including the family of Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, and every one of us up front. We pay our special respect and appreciation to Hela and Southern Highlands who've joined all the other provinces who've come thus far, and hopefully tomorrow evening and the next balance of house cry evenings we have left, we will pay respect to the father of our nation and send him off in the manner he truly deserves. Let me also appreciate two former prime ministers amongst us who have done their own contribution to our country in the time they've occupied the office of prime ministers, and that's former Prime Minister Wingti, now Governor of Western Highlands, and I also acknowledge the recent past former Prime Minister, the Honorable Peter O'Neill. We pay respect to them for their presence tonight also, and all leaders who've joined us tonight. I know for a fact Somare was optimistic in 1972. He was optimistic in 1973, the years leading up to independence in 1975. He was amongst the leaders of our nation at the time that held and united our country, and he remains a great unifying force in our country, and even in death, Somare is uniting our country. For me to note the 7 nights we had, politicians of every shade, leaders of every tribe, and the various diversities we've had blend together in the last 7 nights, and tonight again, Hela and Southern Highlands, laying aside our tribal differences, laying aside our cultural differences, laying aside our political differences, and for us to come in unison is a symbol of the man, the leader who held our country together. And for us, the take home tonight and the take home in the last 7 nights up in here as the chief mourner is the evidence that country has come together in unison. And may we live tonight with the spirit of unity that Somare, even in passing, continues to bind us together as people, irrespective of the diversity we have, people of one nation, people that is truly united under one flag and one constitution that the fathers of our nation gave to us. In 1975, he was only 39 years old, became the first prime minister. For those of you in your 30s, I beg you to look and dig deeper and be serious about what you and me can contribute to our country. Don't fall behind to the boombox lifestyle. Don't fall behind to the claim culture. You see the energy and the fire that the 1975 Papua New Guineans felt for their country. The Angoram snapshot. They were building the houseman, not asking their members to pay money or allowance to them. They were laying their lives down for what eventually, 45 years on, has remained one country, one people, amidst the diversity we have. Tonight, I'd like to appeal to the conscience of our country as we mourn and lament over the loss of our first Prime Minister and the father of our nation. let us also draw from the spirit of unity that even at his passing draws together our nation of 1,000 tribes together. May that spirit of unity prevail right through this period of lamentation and mourning, but more importantly, take us beyond the graves that he will be speaking from as he lays in eternal rest. Thank you again, Southern Highlands and Hela, for showing respect, not just the way you would have shown respect to the Grand Chief. I note especially your respect, passing culture, go along Mama Clan, belong Lady Veronica, our family belong Lady Veronica, go along Olain lo Murik Lake, Olain belong Lapun Samara Emiet, and also the greater Sipiks, the people who've given him mandate unbroken for 49 years. That's the reason why he has become the father of our nation. Thank you very much. God bless Hela. God bless Southern Highlands. God bless Papua New Guinea. Let's rise above our politics. Let's rise above our individual culture, and let's bind and glue into the one family of nation behind that red, black, 5 white stars, and the yellow flag, and the Constitution that Somare gifted us in 1975. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you very much for those closing remarks. Prime Minister, Chief Mourner, co-host for the House Krai, Honorable James Marape. To end the program, I would like to call up to the podium to say the closing prayer, Reverend Mosby Tunge.
Shut up. You will pray, God big blah, creator of the universe, sustainable life. In your own wisdom and knowledge, you placed on a little island a nation called Papua New Guinea. We thank you for your thoughts behind this nation of 1,000 tribes. You loved us dearly and you sent your only begotten Son. We thank you for the gospel that reached this nation. We thank you greatly tonight for the leaders that you have placed at the right time, in the right moment. Like the late Sir Michael Somare, for his great life, we celebrate and we mourn, and for the time that he has given for this great country. We thank you for the spirit of unity that is spoken tonight and over the past weeks, that this will be a beginning for a united nation that will continue to the generations to come. Bless us all tonight. Our prayers are with the Somare family, the immediate family, the people of East Sepik, the people of Angoram. We pray, O God, as this nation goes through the time of mourning, we pray for your protection over this nation. Thank you for showing your love and favor over the time of disease like coronavirus and other issues that are affecting the world around, but we see your end time and again. I praise you for what you are doing tonight, and thank you for the leaders of Hela and Southern Islands. Continue to bless them and give them wisdom, and thank you for the Prime Minister that you have given us tonight as the host of the morning time today. We pray for Marabe and his family. Continue to guide him and lead him. Give him wisdom that he will continue to steer this nation for your glory. And as we dismiss from tonight, we pray that your mercy and grace will sustain us through this night. We thank you for everything. And I offer this prayer in Jesus' name. We will say, amen. Good night. God bless.
Thank you very much, Reverend Mosby Tunge. At this point in closing, I would like to thank everyone, mourners, elected members, those following the events on our live streaming platforms on MTV Online, Lu PNG, NBC TV, and PNG Sana, those following the broadcast also on FM 100 and NBC. Tonight, we witnessed two groups unite for the first time since the start of the National House Cry. Tomorrow, we'll see Madang and Morobe. With that being said, have a safe evening, safe travels home, and thereby closing the night. God bless.